All right, it's 6 p.m., so we'll go ahead and get the meeting to order. We'll start with the flag salute and invocation by Sergeant Bill Downing.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray. Holy and righteous Heavenly Father, holy and awesome is your name. Father, we thank you for loving us and for being a loving, patient, and merciful God. Father, we thank you for loving us enough that from even before the beginning of time, you had a plan to save us from our sin. We're so grateful that you decided to allow Jesus to leave the comfort of heaven, to come to earth and suffer at the hands of your very own creation, all for the hopes that all who would call upon your name could have salvation. Father, we beg your forgiveness when we fall short of the expectations that you have for us. Father, we pray your hand on our community. We pray that you'll touch this community, that we will flourish and thrive and grow for generations to come, but most importantly, that we'll live and work together in peace and harmony. Father, we are mindful of our loved ones who are stationed and deployed away from us at this time. Be with them as they're away from home and bring them back safely to us, and also be with those who are left behind without their loved ones. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray these things. Amen.
All right, I think we need to add Mark, we just need to add the water line projects to the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the only thing? Is the IT already on the agenda?
IT's already on the agenda.
Okay, so I just
So under old business?
yeah. So I'll make a motion to add the three water projects under old business.
Second. Second.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right. Up next, the consent agenda. Does anyone have any questions on the consent agenda?
Yes, I'd like to pull the invoice for K&G Striping.
All right. What concerns did you have on that?
I'm confused as to what we're supposed to pay. And we have quotes for Wallen National that are not broken down. We have quotes for white lines and double yellow lines that are not broken down. Part of the work was done, part of the work was not done, and it's not easy to define what was and what wasn't done. So for instance, one invoice for $6,932 included work on National Avenue, work on State Street, white lines and double yellow lines.
And I do know that Tom Kaufman, he said he did have some, this was prior to him taking over, I believe, Mark, and there was some questions on that as well. So do you see any reason why, if we pull that out, Mark, and table it till next week, do you see any concerns with that?
No, it's been quite a while since they submitted the bill anyhow. And so one thing I can tell you is that as soon as the bill came in, I did the same thing. I questioned this. That's why there's a credit of $6,000 applied against this, because they did not complete the job. And so what they did was they came out, as I understand it, this is under Jesse. So when they came out, what they did was they plotted the whole thing. So there was a charge for, if I'm saying it correctly, plotting. Let me think. There's a different term in here.
there's a layout charge.
Layout charge, yes, sir, thank you. So
Okay.
invoice for layout of asphalt on both Wall Street and National.
Well, if you don't see a problem, since there's quite a few things on the agenda, if we can pull that out and maybe
Sure.
any commissioner has any concerns can discuss it with you before next meeting.
Yes, please
Yeah.
come in and sit down, and please come in and sit down with me, and I'll do my best to explain it with you.
But one of the things I question too, Mark, is we have a credit that's $6,214.08, which, there is an invoice for credit of $6,214.06. But the numbers, units, that are supposed to be added up, add up to $9,000 some $9,700. So those numbers don't correlate.
All right, does anyone have any other questions on the consent agenda besides item I?
I was just gonna make one comment on that, was I don't ever recall that coming before us. I think it's probably water under the bridge now, but I don't recall ever having discussion of hiring.
This is one of those $12,000 projects they broke down into two $6,000.
Okay.
So they didn't have to come before you.
Right, because I just got a phone call one day and said, hey, there's buggies running up and down Wall Street, 100-mile-an-hour striping things, and I thought maybe it was a state deal. Was exactly what went through my mind. Was the state of Kansas is having these guys stripe our street. We had no idea whatsoever this was coming to us.
So let me answer Pete's question. Let me address to the best knowledge that I can. This took place approximately September or October. So when, as I understand it, that these projects, when plotted, planned, when engineered, did not include striping. So at that time, we went out to get 3 bids. Jesse was asked to get 3 bids. Only one company replied. So we came back and said, this is how much it is, as I recall. And there was no attempt for me to try and hide any bills from you, and that'll come out later in tonight's meeting. So, and there was only one company that responded to this striping. So they came out, but again, we were not completed with the South National. So my understanding is they did the Wall Street portion of it. So they've done a portion of this bill. But I'm happy to walk it with the commissioners and review it actually with you. That's why I questioned the bill when it came in and asked Tom to call them, and that's one of the reasons they issued a credit. And because Jesse's not here to answer any of these questions, I don't have a direct line to go to and say, how could we be at this amount? But I will question all of those bills with and for you.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus I, which is request to pay K&G striping.
Second.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
No.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right, up next, appearances, which they are not here. So public comment up first. Matthew Wells.
Check on, check.
I would just like to take a moment to address the unjust treatment of citizens based on discriminatory interpretations of codes and charter ordinances. This is an issue that has been ongoing throughout the city on many different levels. If you'll remember, just a couple weeks ago, Deb McCoy addressed a talk to this last commission on the very issue of one time we're applying the rules one way, and then the next time we're applying the rules another way. There are many city codes and ordinances some are going to be addressed this evening that are not being applied equally depending on who it is that the code is being applied to. We need to start using our ordinances as our bias for the rule of law by which the decisions are governed in this body. We must apply the same laws of logic that would be used under constitutional law as a bias for the decisions that we are making based upon how the laws are to be applied previously and continue to be applied to everyone. Case in point would be the ordinance that was applied to myself on several projects, to another city commissioner, and to at least 3 other people that I have talked to. And that is the ordinance prohibitive acts. It is unlawful for any person or persons to encroach upon, obstruct, or enclose any of the streets, alleys, avenues, public grounds of the city, or parts or portions of the streets, avenues, alleys, or public grounds by fencing them in, or building or erecting structures, houses, fences, walls, stairs, staircases, porches, upon or in or over the same. The right-of-way on 12th Street is 30 feet from the center on both sides. The other issue I believe Mr. Downing is going to address, which was the need to pull the zoning permit prior to the fence being built. I'll leave that to him to address here in a minute. We must decide whether or not we will uphold these ordinances in the way that they have been applied. Or as a commission, we need to start rewriting these ordinances for how we want them to be used and applied, but we cannot allow the people who work for our city to vary away from the ordinances and or codes just because their interpretations are different than the previous applications of the exact same ordinances on the other people who are present in this room and the others who are not here this evening. We must start in our codes department by making utility companies who are doing their cuts or digs in town apply for the proper permits and apply for the bonds within the city that are designated before they're allowed to dig up the work or tearing up our roads, or in a case that just happened a short while ago, collapsing our sewer lines over on the east side of town, which the city had to repair. Now, this should have been covered by the bonds of the people who pulled the permits to do the work for the utility cuts. However, our city is the one that paid out of our coffers for the repairs to those sewer lines. Our roads are littered with concrete and asphalt patches all over the place that are sinking and falling in simply because the utility companies are not required to pull the proper permits and or bonding for the work that they are doing. We need to make sure that these utility companies replace and rebuild our roads the way the ordinances specifically say that they are to be replaced or rebuilt according to the rules that we have established within our city. We have a clear ordinance on what we're supposed to do when we have a utility company dig through the grounds or the roads. And we must have a clearer ordinance on what we are doing for our brick roads, especially in our historic district. We must protect our brick streets. We have a charter ordinance that already deals with how the bricks are supposed to be replaced when a utility cut is made, but we have no ordinance or codes that protect our brick streets from these utility companies or from other companies coming through who are destroying our brick streets. I would ask that that be addressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Deb McCoy.
Good evening. I am going to end the year with a parable. I'm going to read you a parable. A wise retired teacher in our community gave me this parable written by Elzoro Gris, and I'd like to share it with you and see if this sounds familiar. The sad tale of a town's travail. Long ago in a far place there existed a small community of a few thousand people. As was typical for that time and place, the affairs of this community were the responsibility of an elected town council together with paid staff of town employees that, at least in theory, functioned under the direction of the council. The residents really cared about their town, and they were very proud of it and its rich historical heritage. They had a strong sense of community, and a pervasive attitude of amity existed among them. Their commitment to community responsibility was evident from the many vigorous and effective volunteer efforts they undertook to assist and support the disadvantaged members of the town. The typical residents of the town were of moderate means. In addition to becoming community-oriented, they were patriotic, church-affiliated, and deeply interested in the education of their children. In short, they could properly be described as solid, responsible citizens. Unfortunately, however, the community had been and still was served by its governing officials, both elected and appointed. Too often, candidates for a town council position appeared to be motivated by the prestige and importance they perceived associated with the position rather than a genuine intention to serve and promote the interests of their constituents. And they were often elected on the basis of popularity rather than competence. Because of that, over the years, the council did not adequately oversee and direct the performance of the town's employed staff. Given that situation, management and supervisory employees would often assume a certain level of autonomy and act without oversight of the council. And if they were called to task for those actions, they would defend themselves with considerable arrogance. Of course, none of this was in the best interests of the community. It purported efforts to bolster the local economy. The town hired various personnel and engaged consultants to promote economic development and secure new business investment in the community. As a part of this strategy, the staff would propose glamorous and very expensive facilities they asserted would prove to be major economic boons. But once these facilities were built or acquired, if the consequent benefits did not accrue, they could never be quantified. Even though these glamour projects were built with grants and similar funding sources, operating and maintenance costs were paid for by taxing the citizens, the large majority of whom did not patronize these facilities and received no direct benefit from them. Because of this continuing focus on glamour projects, preservation of the town's infrastructure was neglected or ignored, and over the years, the streets and public utilities deteriorated to unacceptable levels. And of course, the citizens who paid the taxes to operate the glamour facilities had no choice but to contend with those infrastructure deficiencies. Periodically, the staff would issue glowing reports of how well things were going with the town's affairs, complete with rosy projections for the near-term future. But at the same time, the town was faced with severe problems, including a major healthcare crisis and the exodus of various businesses, some of which had major facility investments, as they ceased operations and left the area. The situation was reminiscent of the old story about the emperor's new clothes. Over the years, the people would sometimes become sufficiently disgruntled about how the town was being run to elect a reform candidate or two for council position with a mandate to reprioritize the town's focus and operations. Unfortunately, these reformers were always a minority voice on the council, and the status quo continued unchanged. Whenever these mini revolts would occur, the town officials, both elected and appointed, were always surprised and seemingly incapable of understanding why their constituents were dissatisfied with their performance. This was an example of the classic proverb, quote, like the monkey that never sees his tail, they were incapable of seeing their own faults and shortcomings, unquote. So the town's government ineptitude was perpetuated. The citizenry could have remedied the situation by electing a council of pragmatic, common sense candidates who were fully and completely committed to providing responsible and effective government and to always promote the well-being of the citizens and community. But that never happened, and nothing ever changed. That condition surely doesn't exist in our real world, or does it? End of the proverb. So I'm saying maybe it's time to consider having citywide representation on the commission. These past few years, the 5 sitting commissioners lived within a mile radius of each other. Maybe we should consider having a representation from 5 different precincts. Let's get rid of the division of East Side and West Side and bring in representatives from every side of our city. It is time we unify and make our historical city a place to be proud of.
Thank you, Deb.
I-
Jingles.
Hold on, I want to comment real quick. Can I comment? I just want to say, Deb, first of all, Matthew, I want to say to you, you're exactly right on some of the stuff. One of the things that you said in there stuck out to me, where we have contractors blowing through pipes and we're the first ones to run out and fix them and not bill them for it and not hold them accountable for putting their streets back. And that's one of the things we want to work on as we go. We've discussed that with Mark. We've got contractors in town, as we speak, that are breaking things and there's no accountability for it. Pulling permits, want to get, bill, make sure we're good on all that. So appreciate you bringing that up, Deb. I think my opinion is everybody up here, I don't know if everybody besides me came on for a popularity vote. Everybody come in with good intentions. It's been a rough couple of years. We're trying our best. I'm trying my best, and I think everybody else is too. So I don't want to go away with not saying I think we're doing okay. We could always sharpen our pencil, but
Parallels so many things, and the parable was not written. It was written a while back, and I just thought, wow.
I think every little town's got their own problems, but I feel like we've done some good things. So I don't want it to all seem like there's been nothing but negative and things like that. Okay. Well, thank you.
All right, Jingles Endicott.
Not Jingles.
Diane?
He
No
came in
kidding.
and came home and said, I signed us up to speak at the city commission. I said, okay. And then we get here and he said, well, actually, you're speaking. So here we go. I thank you for your job. I know that it is a lot of work, a lot of time, and I do believe your heart's in the right place. And we, for a long time, sat here for the last 2 months and just brooded and decided that was rather, we're not going to be on Facebook and bashing you, but we want you to be aware that we are fully aware that we were not treated fairly in the sale of the lake lots. We believe it's important when you act as a commission, fairness, equality, and open disclosure is important. Your request was for bids on a lake lot. We made a fair, honest offer per your request. You did not say preference would be given to anyone buying more than one lot. In fact, we assumed that was not an option because the original lake regulations did not allow for any individuals to own more than one lot. If you wanted bids for multiple lots, that should have been how it was presented. To give an offer, to go for an offer because someone bid on 2 lots was deceptive. Next, it was our understanding from the advertisement in the paper, the offers were to be cash or funding secured prior to submitting an offer. We made a cash offer with no funding needed, prepared to close by early November. You accepted an offer that needed funding, but had not yet been secured. Consequently, it's still not closed. You asked for the highest bid per lot. We made the highest bid on the lot we wanted to purchase. You left a lot of money on the table by accepting a lower offer. That's hardly fair to us or the other taxpayers. There is an encroachment issue on one lot. Generally, property is not for sale when an encroachment exists. In most cases, encroachments need to be resolved before contracts can be presented. You accepted a contract knowing full well there was encroachment to a clear title so a clear title could not be provided. Because of the encroachment, the buyer you chose could not secure funding. The title company would also not provide a clear title. Had the buyer you chose followed the guidelines about secured funding prior to making an offer, his offer would have been dead in the water. The next step now is to subdivide the lot and give the land in question to the neighbor to appease her and proceed so your person can secure funding. Numerous other times, people have requested to subdivide lake lots, and that's not been allowed. Are you now changing the rules to accommodate the buyer you chose so he could secure funding? Is subdivision now an open policy at the lake? The night you accepted the bids, it was clear there were some major problems. It was pointed out there was other interest in the lot with the encroachment, but the other buyers would not make an offer with an encroachment issue. You should have stopped in your tracks and gotten the problem resolved before you considered any offers. There was no reason a decision had to be made that night. A decision date had never been determined nor published. To quickly push through to accommodate your buyer was an error on your part, which impacts us as well as the local taxpayers. In closing, has your buyer been informed that building across two lots is not allowed? There appear to be some regulations of which he was not informed, or have you changed that rule to accommodate him as well? We don't believe any of you as commissioners acted with malintent. We believe you were misguided, and we want to point out it's your place to do your homework and keep that from happening. Our interest, as stated in the letter we provided to you when we made the offer, was in good faith. Fort Scott has been our lifetime home and home to our children. Our children wanted a place in Fort Scott to have reason to come back. You turned away 4 families coming to Fort Scott to accommodate someone who's never made this home. When Jingles walked every square inch of the lake to provide water service, he never dreamed politics would become so heavy-handed in utilizing Lake Fort Scott. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to comment. Go ahead.
I made a copy of the notes
Thank you so
for
much.
each of the commissioners.
I'd like to comment again on that one, if you don't mind, Josh.
Go ahead.
One thing that was in there was, and I recall the night vividly when you guys came, and it was we've talked about it several times. It was a mess. We were all very confused. Maybe not all of us, but I was confused with first and finals, last and finals. What was the other term that was used? Escalating. We were all being schooled that night as to new ways that real estate sold. And I would have, as I said that night, I would have liked to have tabled that a little bit to do some thinking. But what happened and is behind us. The one thing that was said though was that clear title could not be provided. It could be provided. The clear title could be provided, but they couldn't secure the loan without those lots being split up. That had nothing to do with the title. The title would have been able to go through because I checked on that. But that in order to get the loan, that's why the lots needed to be split into 3. And Mark, did you say that how's that working? We're not paying for the thing and they are split up? Has that ever been
I
done?
don't think anything's ever been. I will say there's been no talks, as far as I know, about giving the property to the neighboring landowner. So I will say that's been nothing, but I don't know where else that is at on that. So
Oh yeah, that would be between
that between the buyer and I mean the city is not giving no land to anyone. So
Well, I hate that the whole thing happened. I think we learned a lot of valuable lessons from it. Again, I mean, I don't know. I just when I've talked to you out in the field, it's hard to turn down when you got somebody got an offer of more money for an offer of less money. So,
all right, Thomas Russell.
Well, I was here for the last meeting and I was asked to come back concerning 619 Ransom. Like I said, the man bought the house 2003, 2005. He tore the back half off, and anytime there's siding falling off or stuff like that, we get a hold of the city. He comes back out and fixes that, and this goes on. You gave him 90 days to attach a bathroom and kitchen to it. Nothing's been done except for a pipe on the ground they hooked into the sewer, and that's pretty much it. We're just asking, we have to keep our houses up. People from Kansas City come down, they need to take care of what they're doing, or just stay up in Kansas City. That's my opinion. But we're just wanting something done with it.
Yep, and I think it's on like we told you, it'd be on the agenda. Appreciate you coming back.
Appreciate
It should be fairly soon on the agenda.
Well, I've had my house up for sale 4 times and it's fallen through 4 times because of that. So they wondered why that's not being fixed up.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
I can say I drove by the property today and looked at it again, and from the picture you provided us at the last meeting, I've seen zero change.
Comes around 2 or 3 times a year.
Okay.
All right. First, under old business, consideration to repeal ordinance 2563, section 121270.
Do we do these separately? I'd move a repeal ordinance 2563, section 12.12070.
Jason, I think you're going to come back. Did everyone get that from Jason, the email?
Yeah, after last commission meeting, we sent out the proposed specifications that would, in effect, replace these ordinances to the commissioners. And I, as far as I know, unless Mark received comments, I had received no comments.
I've
Short of
received none.
previous comments were from city staff.
Pete, I
and
know you
those were
asked for that.
addressed.
Did you get a chance to look over that email that Jason sent? Did you have any questions or concerns with it?
Yes. I don't believe we're far enough along on our replacing of the ordinances to act on that tonight. I think that the ordinances that we have need to stay in place until we, the commission, decide on what's going to replace it. The verbiage that has been used on these standards and specifications are very unclear. They're not specific to the city of Fort Scott, which they should be. They are general ASTM specifications or general nationwide specifications that apply to everybody. We're just not ready. We need to have a session. I've gone through the proposed changes. Some of them are good, very good. Some of them are not even applicable to the city of Fort Scott. The pavement replacement is a good specification. It's much like our current specification. The specification or standards for
You talking to Mike? We can't hear you.
can't hear. I'm sorry. The brick street specifications refer to primarily new additions and brand new brick street construction. Our brick streets are to be. We're not having any new construction. We're reconstructing what we have. So I just don't think, in my opinion, that we have what we need with these proposed changes yet. But I think we can get there to where they'll be easy to read and will be a whole lot more meaningful than what we're trying to replace it with right now.
I can ask a question. Jason, so then these specs that we've received that we're going through, I mean, there was a section on how we're supposed to be replacing existing brick. I'm assuming that's in the old standard that we're repealing.
Right. Well, there was no actual brick paver standard before.
Well, I mean, there were how to do it.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
you had to go down 6 inches, and there had to be 7 inches of this, and then
Right.
they had to be placed a certain way.
Yeah, originally you had to have concrete underneath it and so much
Then
sand.
you had to sand it, brush it over. I mean,
And that's the same in that proposed specification. And I guess, if there can be a work session that's dedicated solely to the specifications, or provide me with notes of what you need clarified, or, fit Fort Scott's suppliers, then that'd be great.
I don't think that's a terrible idea either.
no, I don't. I mean, if our existing ordinance was right on how we replace the bricks, I don't know why the new standard that we do just can't incorporate those details into the new one regarding the brick, because obviously in the new one, there's some concerns by Pete, who I'll admit knows more about streets than I do, about specifically the bricks. So if
Yeah,
if
and I
we're
don't
doing
think
it,
those ordinances don't specifically lay out the brick stuff, I don't think.
okay, is
There's
that
a
something we
portions
can,
of it maybe.
yeah, there's portions of it, but is that something we can,
Yeah.
through a working session, add?
Yeah, so we can update however it needs to be to fit your needs as a city.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to go out into a brick street that has 15 patches already as concrete or asphalt, and then specify that if we go out and fix a water leak and make another hole, that we fix that hole with an expensive brick patch. That just doesn't make sense. And that's what I'm saying. That's where we're trying to get. We have to realize what we've got, and not the fact that our brick streets are pristine streets. They're not by any means. And for us to make an ordinance that requires a pristine patch in a PCI 2 street doesn't make sense. So that's what I'm saying. We have to go back. We have to take a look at what we've got, make a decision amongst ourselves as to what our policy is going to be, and then write specifications and write ordinances based upon what our decision is going to be.
Yeah, and I also think Rob did find out that SHPO requires, I mean, streets are contributing, so any street work, brickwork needs done should be reviewed by SHPO as well. And so we might incorporate some of that in as well.
And that's where we're just not ready to change these. There's nothing wrong with the ordinances we have. They'll take care of us as we speak. There's nothing wrong with them, and for us to change those and go to different specifications and ordinances at this point in time just doesn't make sense to me.
All right, so there's a motion on the table.
I'll withdraw the motion, but I do want to make a comment. We've struggled with this now for a couple of years, and I hear what everybody's saying about this, about the needs and the ordinances, but the purpose of this was to put the parameters into specifications rather than ordinances, which tie our hands and limit us to how engineers are allowed to approach the projects. And there are several occasions where that is costing us extra money and extra time and extra effort, according to trained, licensed engineers that have defined other ways to do projects. And if you continue to tie yourself to ordinances and that's the only way a project can be done, then you are going to continue to run into this time and time again. So as you move forward and go through this, I hope that people keep that in mind, that the reason for doing this was to give some leeway and still have appropriate engineering results to the projects. And so that's was the whole purpose of trying to eliminate these ordinances and move them more to specifications rather than restricting ordinances. So anyway, I would move forward however you all see is best.
We need a motion to table or just, yeah, I'll make a motion to table this.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
No.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner, can I ask when would you like to schedule this work session?
I would say you or Diane get with the commissioners and figure out a good time that works for everyone.
Okay, in the next 2 weeks, or
I don't
wait
know.
till after?
I would say after Kelly gets here,
Okay.
and then see if we offer insight.
Absolutely.
Matt
Okay.
gets here. And,
All right.
And Josh, I would ask, those areas that in the new revision that there are exceptions to,
Right.
we can identify those before we get together.
Right. Yeah.
And try and laser focus on those.
I think one reason this was brought up, if I remember right, correct me if I'm wrong, was the 3rd Street project. that
Yeah,
was
that's
under
kind
an-
of how it
under an improved area.
started.
And that was, is that a street? Is that a parking lot? And so that's kind of where this all started. Because
Right.
to me, that's not a street. I don't think it's platted as a street.
Talking about down in the park?
Yeah. And so, yeah, them are some of the things we really need to, I think
Yeah.
the reason
And the
behind
trench
this.
and backfill
Yeah.
spec.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think those, if we can work on those, I think would help out a lot. So. All right. Thank you, Jason. Up next, discussion of Lake Fort Scott improvements. Doug Guns.
Good evening. So a few meetings ago, I was asked to get estimates on the proposed projects that the Smart Growth Committee had come up with from the Lake Advisory Board. So that is what you have in front of you. I had the city's engineer go out and look at the site. We walked around, we discussed the different projects and the request from the Lake Advisory Board and their Smart Growth Committee. And what you have before you is the engineer's estimates for those various projects.
I guess, could we start with page 1 under Fort Scott Lake Improvements Utilities? I've got some major questions on this. When I seen these estimates, we got them that Thursday night because they wanted a night meeting, and then Jim didn't show up. But anyway, that's beside the point. We got the numbers then and just had a chance to glance over them. But these numbers are, in my opinion, so far out of whack, it's not even funny. I don't know what has happened here and where the miscommunication has happened, but I'm just going to cite a few examples. Water line. This first one talks about utilities, bringing the water line up to the campground. And it says we're going to...
Excuse me, are your pages numbered?
It'd be the one that
It
says
says Fort Scott Lake Improvements Utilities.
utilities.
Is that page 1?
Yeah, I believe so. Say utilities dash out the side of it. At the very top, right up here, does it say utilities? Help them out, Joe.
Fort Scott Lake Improvements Utilities.
Utilities. Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
One of the things we have on there is mobilization, $57,000. It goes down through there talking about traffic control, $15,000, erosion control, $5,000, 4 inches of water line at 4,000 feet, $320,000. We'll just stop right there at that part because I did some addition, and that comes up to, in order to put a 4-inch water line from where the water line is right now, and I think the way you guys was going to bring it off Lake Road, am I correct? Indian Road? Yeah, that's what us old timers call Lake Road. So if you were going to bring it off that one, which would actually probably be further away because it is over there on the other side at the housing, and that's a 4-inch line over there as well, and it measured up to be about 1,787 feet is what it says from the Google Maps. It's probably going to be a little bit less than that, but even at that, so who would bring this water to us would be more than likely Rural Water. And so I called Rural Water and I talked to them and I said, I want a line from Indian Road. I'm going to say, give me an estimate of 4,000 square feet, or not square feet, it's 4,000 linear feet. He said, I got you right here for 4,500 just in case. We'll pad it a little bit. That 4-inch line, $6.50 a foot. That comes up to $32,000. They'll go ahead and install the meter, put a flush hydrant in, pay for all the pipe. They'll do all the rock trenching. They'll provide all the labor. They'll backfill it and everything. Lock, stock, and barrel, ready to go. It's going to be $95,000. Your estimate was $404,500. That's a difference of $309,500. That is over 75% out of whack. And that took me less than 30 minutes today to make a phone call to Rural Water to say, how much would you charge me to put that water meter there? I don't know where that comes from, but that scares me. And on here it also has engineer's estimate for a meter set, $2,500, which is all standard prices throughout the county. Some are $4,000, some are $2,000, so on and so forth. I said, how much is a meter? Is it $2,500? He said, no, in that area it's $2,000. And you have down $2,500. I mean, did you talk to these people? Did they give you prices?
Yeah, I did. I called probably the operations manager. I can't remember his name, but
yeah, it would have been
I did
Mark
talk to him,
Polmeyer.
and yeah, he did say 2,000 as of this year.
Well, it's got 2,500 on it.
So we're looking ahead. If you don't build it this year, are they going to raise that price? So we have to consider that it's going to be more.
Well,
so that's why that's 2,500.
I don't know why it would raise. It's been that for probably 20
Right,
years.
and I'm not familiar with that time frame, but and the water line. So this is laid out as if it was going out to bid to an independent contractor. So if they run into rock,
This is an independent contractor doing this.
well,
Rural Water is
for the rural
independent.
water, right? And he did say that he would be more than happy to work with the city. Like, and so you talked to him, and he gave you
Absolutely, and he said it'd probably be even cheaper if they knew it was for the
Right.
city. This is if Kevin Allen wanted a meter there today as a customer. This
For a
is an
meter,
independent
right.
contractor that's got his own rock trencher coming in here and doing this for the rural water. All they're doing is laying the pipe. This is the first sure, right on the money bid at $95,000, and your estimate's $404,500. My question is, Jason, why couldn't you have made that same phone call to say and give us that estimate? I mean, if we're paying an engineering company, how did a guy driving a truck today and not even really paying attention write figures down and come closer than
right.
you said
So
that's a pencil?
So this was meant for preliminary estimate. So the city goes out and gets bids based on a linear footage of water line. No, I'm not considering that the rural water is participating. So there's a cost savings there. And that's where that came from. Looking at
It's independent
bids
contractor.
for cutting in water line in rock are coming in at $80 a foot. That's just where the number is.
No.
So,
I'll have
and
to
I
disagree
agree.
with
I
you.
totally agree. Talking to that, if I was to sit down with the city and the rural water, yeah, no doubt, we would say, yes, the rural water is going to help. And when I talked to him, he said we'd be more than happy to participate. It sounds like he's telling you that they would do it all.
This is not. I think you're getting. I think I'm confusing you. This is not rural water doing it. This is rural water laying
Right,
the
but
pipe,
they have
it's
their
an
own
independent
contractor.
contractor. They don't have
Right.
their own. This is just an independent contractor. Like I would say, I'll come over there for $40,000 and dig your line in. That's exactly what's going on here. This is not. They don't own their own rock trencher. This is an independent contractor saying, "I'll dig the line."
Right.
Rural Water said our part's going to be $32,000, and then he's going to be this much for doing it. I'm just saying that's a real figure. So then, if we go past that one, flip past the sewer one. I didn't go ahead and tear it all apart, which that could be torn apart as well. But I didn't want to spend all night talking about this. I was kind of upset that these estimates were so far off. The tent camping. How did we come up with? We wanted 70 hydrants in the primitive camping. Where would that?
That
come
just
from?
cover, and that's ultimate. So every campsite would have a hydrant.
Right.
So that's too much. I agree with that. But that says if you want every site to have a hydrant, there's 70 sites to be laid out.
If we flip the page now and go to RV sites, Pete, are you with me?
I'm on RV sites.
Okay, RV sites. So we're only going to put 15 hydrants over to RV sites. Let's go down to the aggregate. Where do you get your figures for rock? Aggregate would be rock, right?
Correct.
And you got $35 a ton for rock. And is that the rock and the hauling?
Yes.
In place.
In place. Yeah.
That's in place, compacted, spread, everything.
$35 a ton.
Okay, well, in place and compacted would be a little bit more, but I just know that at the gate, rock's $7.50 a ton if we buy it from local vendors here. And if you got paid really well at $8 a ton, that's about $15 a ton. So 35 was pushing it way up there per ton. I'm going to go ahead and add some in for spreading and compacting, but I probably still wouldn't shoot that high. And, it's
That's kind of a typical number for
Again,
35
it
is
for a bid.
in place.
okay. And you believe, and I don't know where all you're putting that rock in there because it comes up to 1,200 ton is what you're estimating, which would be 80 dump truck loads of gravel. 80 dump truck loads of gravel is a lot of gravel for 10 campsites is what they proposed.
It is, right. Well, that would be 15 total.
15 campsites?
Yes.
That's still an astronomical amount of gravel.
And I'd have to look at my notes how thick that was.
Concrete pavement, if you go down, I'm going to skip over asphalt and I'm going to go down to your concrete pavement estimate. If you got down for $75 a yard is what concrete is? Square yard?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll go with that. But so 3,430 square yards of concrete is what you're figuring in?
Yes. And that's based on That'd be a 6-inch thick pad.
And the pads are how big? Because that we don't have those measurements on here.
Right. So, yeah, we should have got to show a big layout.
Yeah, we don't have, as far as measurements, are the pads 20 by 40? I mean, it's hard for me to look at these prices and figure out what you're
Right.
figuring square yard. Are you figuring $8 a square yard? Are you figuring 6? Are you figuring?
So one site on average came to 150 square yards of area. So that includes the full length, which I think was up to, I can't, I want to say 40 or 50 feet at 10 or 12 feet wide. But then there's an additional paved area for accessory parking, car, trailer, you know, all that stuff. And that would be at 8 by 10 or 15. So it becomes a pretty big area.
Right. I just, you know, I'll top it off on this last one with the boat trailer parking. I mean, we've got so much money in there for boat trailer parking by the time you get done. The alternate number 1 for gravel, just the gravel parking lot, you've got down $150,000 basically for gravel parking. You've got 1,040 ton of gravel. That's 70 dump truck loads for people to park their boats and trailers on. I don't understand where we've got so far out of whack. We're building the Taj Mahal again, and this little town can't afford that. And I think when you're looking at $2.6 million for the overall project, it just scares people that, you know, our lake committee said, well, we're not going to be able to do any of this because we don't even have a fifth of that to work with. And how much of that bill there would be, that estimate is engineering?
So we tried to cover, again, if it was bid, through the whole standard procedures. So and I think it's probably 7% range for engineering design. Typical inspection fee is up to 15%. Legal admin, which covers kind of city costs, is in there, and that's usually 2%. And then other utilities, that was trying to cover getting power, gas, for those, if you improve that, with restrooms and that, I can't think, the shelter house.
Right.
And that still needs to be evaluated with, because I know that's a cooperative electric company out there.
Heartland.
And I wasn't able to get a hold of them.
Right. They're pretty easy to work with too. I just think we've got so far out of whack now that it's got everybody scared to even think about doing anything. I can't imagine even thinking about doing anything with these figures. There's almost $1 million worth of engineering in here.
Probably not that much.
I think that was with overages and contingencies. About 900,000.
Yeah, so that's the other problem. When you do standard procedure again, you get a construction estimate based on prevailing bids for that similar material, location, and then because you don't know site conditions, I always add 25% as a contingency. So you get out there and get more information, that could go away, right?
Right.
So that tries to cover additional costs. You know, if you get your bid, and like I said, I know you say $80 a foot for putting rock, water line and rock is high, but it could bid higher. So just as a good baseline.
I don't. Yeah.
So that's what that's for, and then you get your total construction, and then all the additional costs are just percentages of that number.
Well, I think that was my big fear factor when I call and I get a real price, start tomorrow price, and it's less than a fourth of what you estimated. I just can't. I can't go with the rest of it, and especially when I haul. You know, I do this for a living.
Right, and keep in mind, I think it's possible. What the district was going to do was bring it from Indian Road or Lake Road up the access road to the site, right? Because that's about 1,700, 1,800 feet. But the rest of that line is inside the improvements.
Well, I understand that. I was just talking about the
well.
4-inch line.
So they're only going to do half of that.
No, they're not. I was talking about 4-inch line.
Are they going to build all the improvements?
No. I was talking about the 4-inch line to the park. He said,
Right.
let's pretend it's 4,500 feet. He said, we will give you 4,500
Okay.
running feet. So when they find
So that
out it's going to
covers all
be, yeah, when they find out it's going to be 2,000 feet, it's
Right.
going to be half the money on this deal.
Yeah.
So probably more than likely, we're looking probably somewhere around 50, 60,000 to do the whole project. So
Right.
I just, we, in my opinion, we wanted you to go out and get us a good idea of what this was going to cost us. And it's so inflated now. This is, to me, is worth nothing. If we'll spend more in engineering costs than we will to do the whole project. We should just go out there and I don't. The lake is rock. More than likely, we don't even have
Right.
to have AB3 to put down. You can park on the grass and not sink.
True.
So, that's just what I had on that.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments on that, if it's okay. Yeah, and another thing to keep in mind, I'm shocked, and I know this estimate is very high. I agree with that. Matter of fact, I watched the Lake Advisory Board meeting, and I think most of them had their mouths open for the meeting because they didn't think, why is this so high? My concerns is based on what they came back with, and I know, somebody came to you and told you what we wanted. My question is kind of, from the meeting on the 16th of November, my concern is what happened to, phase 1, phase 2, or whatever, where if you look at ideas for phase 1, renovate existing shelter house, grade area to improve runoff, new roof, and this is on the shelter house, get bathrooms working, add lighting, level area for tent camping, build RV camper hookups, start with small number of sites, in other words, 5 on the south side, and a sewage dump for campers and RVs. And that ballooned in to this.
How did that happen?
And
Right. So that's ultimate build out because the idea was
to put the
full build
utilities
out.
in now, so
Right.
that if you expand it
So
later,
see
they'd
what
already
it
be
looks
there.
like and how many utilities you need. So that's how that came about. So if you look at the RV sites, if you want to do 5, that can just be factored out.
Sure.
But-
right. Instead of 15, you say 5, and that's a pretty linear number, right?
I myself have camped in all over Kansas and Missouri in primitive campgrounds. Primitive campgrounds, usually a fire ring, a picnic table, some gravel, and maybe if you're lucky, like a shepherd's hook to hang your lantern on. But I mean, in this here, and I think, again, I think the Lake Advisory Board was in agreement with it. Why a hydrant and electricity at primitive campsites, upwards of 70 of them? That's not by anyone. Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks hits the meaning of primitive camping.
No.
I mean,
And again, like you said, it's math, just reducing it down from 70 to
Sure.
7
Sure.
or whatever you want. But again, if you had 70, especially like this time of the year, it would take one pickup one night to destroy a bunch of that kind of stuff.
it would, and the estimate that they had doesn't even really, with the funds that were initially allocated, doesn't even account. I know there was a suggestion for new boat docks and discussion of another swimming beach. Where was it? Over in Scortino on the one side.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not even anything in here regarding that. I mean, it looks like this is laid out for the future, but I don't see those numbers as well. A couple of things that did shock me, and I think I mentioned it before, was I really would like to see the shelter house out there get cleaned up, get modernized and everything, but I don't see anything built for ADA on here either, like getting people from the shelter house down to the beach to swim. I'm a pretty healthy guy, but when I've gone down that thing, you got to be a mountain goat to get down.
Well, I can push you down it. Getting back up be a different deal.
Okay.
But you're exactly right though, Josh. We had talked about 5 new docks, and we want prices on what a standard dock is.
And none of this.
And there's nothing there. We wanted a sidewalk built down to the beach area. What's it going to cost us for a sidewalk down the beach area? What's it going to cost us for gutter on and the cleanup on the existing shelter house we have now? That stuff. Where'd Doug go? That stuff we need. That stuff we need to talk about. That stuff we can do
That
right
stuff,
now.
I can get estimates on that. It's just based on what the Lake Advisory Subcommittee wanted. That was their first initial things were bathroom. To get bathroom, you need utilities. You need water and sewer. So that's what we approached Jason with, was we need utilities. If you're going to start trenching and cutting into rock, instead of going 10 feet to the shelter house, you might as well make a loop and go back around, so that future expansion for whatever, if you're going to run utilities up to do 10 of the the RV parking and you eventually want 20, why not do the utilities while you have the ground open?
Well, and I'll answer that for you because we don't have the money. So you do 10 and you put a cap on the end of it.
Right. Well, exactly.
And then you put a board sticking up, and if you ever want to hook onto it, you pull the board up and you get the cap and you just cut it off and go again.
I totally agree with you. I mean, there are cost savings, and I'm sure we can find it.
Right.
So you guys asked for estimates. So the easiest way to get estimates is go to our city engineer and say, these are what have been asked for. What do we need to do to get there? Now we need to go and do it again and say, okay, well, if this is too much, then what scale do you want to go to? If we need water to get to the RV park to do 5 camp, what does that take?
Well, I think, like Tim said, we need to get the realistic estimates.
Mhm.
We need to find out what it's going to cost to have gutter put on the thing, what it's going to cost to have whatever the improvements need to be to that shelter house to make it right. You need to call the dock people in Kansas City or
I'm working on that
Timbuktu,
already.
wherever. Yeah, and find out what a standard dock's going to cost. It's got good enough buoys not to scratch up these boats. And we need to get, whether you go out or whoever.
So the Lake Advisory Board and the subcommittee didn't say anything about floating docks. That was a couple of you.
Well, and again, they're a committee. We did. Josh, we talked about docks, didn't we? Here?
I think we did an open meeting.
Yeah, we've talked about docks. We're talking about, again, just if we could get some estimates on, like what we have out there already.
I remember a discussion on docks in the original meeting back before.
Yeah,
so that was one of the requests. But I did have a couple of other things here. And one is I know we can try and do some of this work with, maybe city employees to go out there and do it. But I do have a concern because, like talking with Brad, I mean, our public works division still isn't at full strength yet. And depending on how extravagant this project is, how will that impact projects that need to be done in the city? If we're out there trying to get the campground going. That's a mild concern, but one I wanted to bring up. And then the biggest thing to me here still is what's our return on investment going to be? I mean, I ran some rough numbers. I provided them to the other commissioners at the last meeting on what it looked like for 10 years based on the initial phase 1 plan of 5 hookup sites. And in 10 years, it comes up short, not even including the maintenance that is required, the upkeep and everything else. It comes up short. And if someone's got a better figure, and that's why I'm going to ask here in a minute, but I understand people coming to camp here. They may or may not spend money in town. I hope they do. I understand that our good neighbors at the lake, and I do really appreciate everybody that lives out at the lake. I know a lot of them. I know they own businesses in town and do other things. However, I did speak with both our tourism director and with Rob about, is there a formula? Is there some way of calculating on what extra money we could pull out of those? And there is nothing that exists. It's kind of like you're kind of throwing a dart. Yeah, you should get some that will impact businesses in town. Another consideration I would like to throw back to the Lake Committee, since it looks like we're going to be a little while before we get the actual bids we want to see for these projects. Has there ever been a consideration for us to lease that property to a private entity that would come in and put these facilities in and manage them, and we collect the lease fee and we let them worry about putting in the utilities? I mean, if we think this is a moneymaker out there, why not look to the private sector for capital improvements? I don't care if it's somebody national like KOA Campground that wants to come in and put a facility right there by the lake and eliminate a lot of that expense. I mean, I know that's something we would have to discuss or figure. I'm assuming the city leases property to other entities out there somewhere. But I mean, I'm all in favor of the fair market as an option as well. Then it could be even more extravagant than this initial plan we got back if somebody's willing to put the money in it and invest it. So what I'd really like to do for now, regarding those concerns on investment, I know it's a quality of life item. I agree with it. I know the Lake Advisory Board used the terms the other night of quality of life. I agree with it. But I'd like to make a motion that the Lake Advisory Board, and if they want to work with the Smart Growth team, because I know that's who was involved in this initial pass, to work with the Smart Growth team and do some type of study or return on investment as to how and how long it will be for the citizens of Fort Scott to recover this taxpayer dollars. Yeah, and you can either include or even exclude estimated ongoing maintenance, as I know right now we have no idea because we don't know what we're going to have as far as that goes, and then present that to the city commission. And I don't know if that's something that Jackson can help with or something that Rob can help with. I know campgrounds traditionally, they're not going to make a ton of money, but I don't even think we've looked at what the potential could be. So I'm going to put that motion forward that maybe we need to step back anyway. And I think other commissioners agree, because right now, this estimate right here is, I didn't know Donald Trump was putting a casino and a campground in Fort Scott, Kansas.
He's gonna have to.
At this price.
Do you have a number? Because I get this all the time with the golf course, with Buck Run, with the pool. They say, can you put a number on this? What's the return Fort
Gun
Scott
park.
gets for this gun park? And so do you have a number? Because even we know amenities don't make money.
Sure.
But there's always a number saying we don't want it to cost too much. And so, but what we hear about all the time is the golf course. What return do we get on that?
Well, I ran an estimate that I gave you all last week.
Yep.
And I don't expect you to have it memorized. I think I trust you guys all look through it. But the estimate that I had provided was, at the time we had said 5 campsites, right? State of Kansas charges for lots with hookups anywhere from $23 to $34. So I took $30, and first I multiplied it times, considering benefit of the doubt that all 5 of those spots were going to be full 52 weekends out of the year. And then to account for more days, I tripled that number. So the first number took us to $15,860. I multiplied that times 3. That took us to $46,800. Then I multiplied that number times 10, and that's on an annual basis. Then I multiplied that number times 10, and based on the facilities and what we showed in the initial phase 1 plan, we came up with $468,000. That's just my math. That's why I'm hoping that between the Lake Advisory Board and the Smart Growth folks, they have a better way of calculating this stuff by me. But by my estimates and the math that I used, after 10 years, we're still $32,000 behind, not counting any maintenance, upkeep, or the cost of the utilities.
Did you factor in it? I'm just asking. I know when we talk about La Roche, a big number is talked about is economic impact. Did you factor in economic impact at all?
No, and I tried to. Yeah. I went to Rob and I went to Jackson, and they were like, there's really nothing we can do. Myself, when I was young and wife and 2 kids, we went camping.
Right.
Like I said, we hauled all the food with us.
Right.
Some of these RVs are like roving houses.
Yeah, that's the same thing they say. When we went to ball tournaments, a lot of times we'd haul food, but I think that last road tournament, they said a $300,000 economic impact. Is that about right?
It sounds about right.
And I know on ball tournaments, most people take their own food. I mean, I don't think we've hardly ever eaten out when we travel around.
The 6A tournament that we held was, I think Allie was here. She did the economic impact. It was close to 500,000.
Yeah.
Just for the 2 days.
And
yeah.
One thing I would like to say is
it got rained out, so we got an extra day. So that
and,
kind of influenced
and the economic impact to me, and one thing I would like to say is, even if we have, how many campsites do we have down in Gun Park?
RV parking, I believe there's 14.
14?
Probably 5 that are usable.
But you can't park 14.
$10 a night
right
there.
So at Gun Park, you're all familiar. You cannot park 14 RVs side by side down there.
Right.
So just say, for the sake of argument,
Still gravel,
7.
still gravel, still primitive.
Now, the RV parking out there is under, their utilities aren't adequate enough for a large RV that you would buy nowadays. There's only 30 amp hookups down there. There's 2 50 amp hookups. Most RVs nowadays are 50 amp. So the Gun Park needs an upgrade.
What were you getting at?
Well, I'm just saying, and I'm glad there's camping down there, because a lot of people use it. A lot of locals use that.
So,
but what my point is, I would never. I mean, you're talking about families going camping. I would never load up and go camping to a park. That wouldn't have been our thing. That was, I guess, because we're younger at that point in time. When I was camping all the time, I was going to have a boat with me, and we was going to go to the lake. And right now, there's really no drive to go to Fort Scott Lake. They'll bypass us and go to Farlington in a heartbeat, and they'll stay in Farlington like you wouldn't believe. Now, Farlington's a state lake, and I get it; they're running on state money, and it's amazing. It's a beautiful place. But I think we can capture a lot of that. And I think if we started with 5 campsites and just went back to the common way of thinking, a 20 by 40.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Your campsites? Are you talking RV camping or the primitive tent camping?
I'm talking both. I don't mind improving the primitive also, but I'm just saying.
Well, primitive tent camping, the 70 Spicacy we're talking, the square footage would be 70. Now, I looked into primitive, tent camping, and there are state campsites that offer water and electric hookups at tent camping. That's so the estimates when I approached Jason was, if we're gonna go big, let's go big. So you could take the electric, costs, you could take the utility, water cost off of the primitive campsites.
Yeah, I'm gonna. We're just gonna build a bathhouse or something like that over there. You just need one common place for people to meet on the primitive side, and that's Scortino Park. This is what our vision was Scortino Park is for, let's call it, guys like me, the rednecks with tents, and they're gonna go over there in the bathhouse and they're gonna clean up and they got a potty over there, whatever.
So,
now you
but
go to the
for
other side.
bathhouse, you need water and sewer.
Well, I understand that. I know how bathhouses work.
Well,
so
I've had a lot of calls from people about this, and again, it's like I said, I don't have any animosity with anybody out the lake, but I do have a commitment to the taxpayers of Fort Scott, who after these lots were sold, it's their money. So all I would like to see in my motion is let's have a little bit. I know we have to step back anyway and relook at this. At the same time, why don't we at least see if there's somebody out there, be it Smart Growth or somebody, that can give us an idea on how long it will take to recover at least a portion of that money. And if you'd like, at the same time, I would love to see somebody, I didn't put this in the motion, see somebody look at a private investor that wants to come in there.
Yeah, and so my question again, so if this comes back with a negative, what number are you saying, hey, we don't need to do anything out at the lake? What number, I mean, since you've thought about it a lot, what number to you would come back as, hey, we need to squash this whole idea?
Well, to be honest with you, Josh, I think that's going to really depend on what the actual cost turned out to be. Because right now, if we based it off the initial one, I'd be like, well, I'd like to get, it's 2.6 million. I'd like to at least see 2 million come back soon to the city, but we don't know what that number is right now.
Yeah.
But when we get that number, then us as a commission, we can look at it and say, I think that's reasonable.
is it okay if I get you the number? No, I'm just kidding. I can make things up.
I'm sure you can have it for me in about 3 minutes.
Tim, I second your motion. I think you're just asking for valuable information to organize this whole conversation, and so I think you got to collect that before you can move on and make any other decisions. So I second your motion.
Yeah, and I will say before we vote, I don't think we should hold up the whole project. I think there's little things we can do, buying docks, other things. So I don't know if your motion just saying don't do nothing at the lake until everything comes back, or
Well, you're getting ahead because that may come later.
yeah. So we restate your motion.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to make a motion, Lake Advisory Board with the Smart Growth team. And I mean, if they feel would be beneficial, if it's okay with the city manager for Jackson, or if Rob would like to get involved, to provide a return of investment study on how and how long it will be for the citizens of Fort Scott to recover the investment of taxpayer dollars. And you can include or exclude the ongoing maintenance. As I know right now, not knowing what's going in there, we don't know what the annual maintenance might be on it. So let's just look at the number that's being invested. We put an initial $500,000 out there in this fund, and how long will it take to get close to recovering that? Because I provided my estimates, and I thought they were generous estimates over 10 years, and we just weren't there yet, and that didn't include upkeep and maintenance.
I think, go ahead, Pete, do you have a question?
Yeah, I would like for us as a commission to step back and rethink what we're even talking about here. How does this relate to our overall comprehensive plan for the city of Fort Scott? This hasn't even entered into part of our comprehensive plan. I think, here we are, we're putting the cart before the horse. We're pushing new stuff to the front, and we haven't got our old stuff done yet. We haven't even got our old stuff even on the horizon. And here we are talking about spending another $2 million for something that's not even in our plan. I think that this commission needs a plan. I think we need to get back to the comprehensive plan. Anything we do should relate to the comprehensive plan. Maybe this project does relate to the comprehensive plan. I don't know. But the fact is, if we sold $500,000 worth of lots, we don't have to spend that tomorrow. We could put that in the bank and save it, and wait until we're ready to do some of these projects. In no way are we ready to take on a $2 million project at the lake. It's just not there.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us here, any of the five of us believe that. I'm just saying, I mean, I don't think you believe that, do you?
I mean, no.
Well, your
Yeah.
number was closer to the 3.5 million.
Right.
No.
right.
I'm just saying, there's little things we can do. And
That's the one thing I don't
and
want this to restrict,
and
like
it is part
buying
of
a
the
dog.
comprehensive study. I mean, I've read part of it, but you know, and it goes in line with a lot of stuff, you know, healthy habits, stuff like that, outdoor. But yeah, I mean, if I know what you're saying, Pete, but
So here's my concern: is if we completely put this off, that kind of restricts us from doing anything. If we say we found a good deal on some docks, and of course they're not going to go buy docks; they'll have
Well,
to
no,
pass
they'd
that
have
through
to
us
come back
anyway.
to the commission.
Right. I don't want to restrict us to doing that.
Oh,
And we say, hey, let's build a handicap ramp. Let's.
I think that we should have some time to talk about it before anything's purchased, because I mean, based on this initial
Sure.
pass, I think we're several weeks away before we get together again to take a look at numbers that look more realistic.
I don't think anybody's ready to pull the trigger on anything anyway. I
No,
just don't want this
and
motion to tie us to-
in this motion I didn't ask anything about restricting the funding at this time. What I want to do, though, at least for the taxpayers, for a sanity check, is I want somebody else besides me, because while my numbers are usually pretty good, why not take the extra time and let the folks that are involved in the planning of this have their input and you know, come back and say, Tim, you're completely wrong. This is what we think we're going to see on the return investment, and this is how quickly we're going to do it.
I'm just saying it's hard to put an ROI on amenities. That's usually never done. But I mean, I understand why you're doing it. As a numbers guy, I like it, but I don't know what could come back on an amenity. I don't know what a standard return of investment for amenity is.
Well, we got an idea even what we're going to charge per night for these campsites?
Well, I mean, we charge $10 now. And we've talked in work sessions about raising that to $25.
I'm talking about for the new ones out the lake.
Yeah, we had work sessions about it. You know, depending if we went with 50 amp, if we didn't go.
25 to 35 was what we said.
So you know how many spots you want to have out there?
10.
And 10 spots. Okay, so there's numbers for you right there.
Right, but once again, you're talking about return on investment, and economic impact is hard to judge. So, but I understand.
It is.
So there's a motion and a
So,
second.
now wait a second. I want to add something else. So if we do that, can we also get numbers on economic impact of Gun Park, of the golf course, and things like that to go along with it, to where we know, and so where we could average it out?
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
So the golf course, most of our economic impact comes from tournaments. The LaRoche Ball Field, most of our economic impact comes from tournaments. So if you're going to factor in economic impact of the lake, you need to start thinking of events. So what can we do at the lake with these RV, campsites? So you have 10. Okay, well now, what if we have a band? And a band comes in and plays on the riverfront. Now we got boats. That's where you get your economic impact.
Well, wouldn't LaRoche also? I mean, there are people that bring
Their
I've seen-
RVs.
and right now they can't do that in Fort Scott because there's no RVs.
Right.
So the LaRoche tournament will also probably the economic will be bigger.
It could.
So,
Yeah, and it's like you're saying, it's hard to put a dollar figure or
But Doug,
an
in the
idea
same
to it.
in the same breath, are you guys having bands now? Is the bands what's paying for Gun Park to stay open?
No. And that's none of our parks is funded by events.
It's two different crowds, right? I mean, like
It is.
I can't boat at Gun Park. Would you guys be mad if I put my Malibu in down there at Gun Park? I mean, so
How
they're
about
going
it?
to be your
But
young crowd.
By the same token, though, and maybe not so much for Gun Park, but definitely for the golf course. I mean, we can't keep track of number of people that use it, and that's pretty much an unlimited number of people that can use that facilities. And you and I have talked, and I think there are ways that we can hopefully improve and drive more revenue for the golf
Steve's
course.
working hard on that. I think.
Absolutely.
I'm going to let Rob real quick. He wanted to say something on
Yeah, I don't know anything about economic stuff. All I was going to say is that, it's easy to track like the economic impact of the 6A because you just look at historic sales tax models, right? You go back and say, okay, here's what the sales tax was at that time a year ago, and then you track it and you look at the sales tax this year and you can say, okay, there was an increase of whatever, and we can see that. It's very hard to track like Gun Park economic impact because it's constant. Now, if you were to have at the lake, say you had a fishing tournament at the lake, a big bass fishing tournament, you could track the impact of that because, again, you'd look at historic models based off sales tax and things like that. So that's all I was going to say. We're talking about a lot of economic impact. I think it's possible to look at what
what the lake could bring, I think that's what you're saying, as in attractions and stuff. Yes, we could look at that, but to just talk about the economic impact of, like you said, a dock or something like that, that's going to be very difficult unless we connect it to some large event. Now, the golf course, we can look at what the children's or what the tournament, what the economic impact of that tournament was. We can look at that and see that, but just overall, just saying the golf course, I mean, that's very hard to look at, just to pinpoint a day and say, okay, this is the day we're going to use for the 365 days out of the year. So I just wanted to say that real quick, and so it kind of clarified things.
The difference here, to Pete's point, is that we're looking at developing a whole new system and new money into the system, as opposed. So that's all Tim is asking about is as we develop a new product, what should our expectations be about it? So.
All right. So there's a motion and a second. You go ahead and call the vote.
Kevin Allen.
I will preface my vote with saying I hate to go against you, Tim, but I just don't want to limit myself to. I've worked with the Lake Committee the whole time, and I don't think we're going to do anything crazy to start with anyway. Nobody's buying anything. I want to see the studies. I want to do it all, but I also want to grasp every entity that we have, like you said, that are called, what is it? Quality of life. So I will politely vote no.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
No. Thank you, Doug. All right, up next.
Mayor, can I clarify in the commission? I just need to clarify for sure back at the old business with the repeal of the ordinance 2563 and then the approval of ordinance 3587, 3588, and 3589 that we are tabling all of that.
Yep.
Everybody agrees?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to confuse you.
So does that go all the way down to the replacing with clay, brick pavers, pavement? Yeah, right. Okay. So it's all that down to there.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And we're going to schedule a work session. Yep. Let's say by June 10th is what I've got here.
About when?
You say June 10th?
I'm sorry, January 10th.
That's what.
If you can't identify, I'm under the weather. I'm under the weather.
All right. Up next, Bill Downey, 619 Ransom. You ready to go home?
Bill Downey? Where are we on the agenda? I'm kind of lost
We're on
after that.
C.
C.
Pete, is your
Old
microphone still messaging? me
Okay,
saying
there we
your
go.
At least that's what I have.
Oh, is it working better now?
What they told me. Good, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner. I believe we're, the item on the list should be the address on Ransom Street. So on September 7th, we came before you with a list of homes that we presented to be demoed. And this particular address was given until the 10th of December to bring it up to code, meaning the International Residential Code, because this property once had a kitchen, a bathroom, and all those things that would qualify it to be a dwelling. But the property owner, Mr. Smith, took that part of the dwelling off the structure. So right now it's just he's using it as a storage facility basically, which violates our zoning regulations. It's my understanding as of today, and if you look at the packet I gave you, there are photos from this morning that show he has made little to no effort.
What's that?
So it should be a manila envelope, Mr. Allen.
Oh, we got an envelope. So, okay, first of all, before you go any further, you said it's against our ordinances. That's the newly adopted ordinance, right?
It's the zoning regulations 20-801, 2, and 3.
Okay.
The other documents will be for later on down at the bottom of the agenda. But just the pictures on top there, those, yes, sir. Those were taken this morning.
Have you had any contact in the last 30 days with the owner? Has he reached out to you? Or
He has not,
reached out?
no, sir. So I guess what I'm asking is, given that you gave him until the 10th, and there doesn't appear to be any activity there at the address, that you consider letting that property go out for bid for demolition.
Okay, so here's my only concern. We do this because there's no house and it's just basically a garage, a storage shed at this point.
That's correct.
And you cannot have a storage shed on a solar lot.
That's
You
correct.
can't have a garage.
Unless you own the lot next to it.
Unless you own the lot next to it. So we just talked about that at the last meeting, and then under the next breath, we had a group of individuals come in to build temporary housing. There's not going to be any utilities. So that's why I have a hang up with that.
Well, I will say real quick that this guy came to the meeting and he said that I know it needs to be done, I will do that. And then he is not contacted, he's not at this meeting. So I know where you're going with it, but the guy.
Yeah, on the basis of piece by piece,
Right.
You're exactly right. He stood right here and told us what he would do, and he didn't do it. I still hate the fact that we're going to tear down what seemed to be a solid, good structure because of that. I'm torn on this one.
Of course, we'll defer to whatever the commission decides.
So what's your pleasure?
This falls within our criteria, though. The guidelines and the criteria and the ordinances or whatever statutes we have,
Yes,
this falls in, it should be at this point.
It's
gone.
zoning regulation 20-801, 802, and 803 are the zoning regulations in question that this would violate. But again, we'll defer to the commission's decision on this property.
When did this first come up? I mean, I know several months ago was when the list of houses for demolition were approved, the public hearings were held. I don't recall the date. in front of me.
September 7th, sir.
Yeah, September 7th.
Correct.
All right, do we have a motion or anything?
I move we move forward with demolition of this building.
Second.
Pete Allen. Pete Allen.
He heard you. He's thinking. He's meditating. I can see his thinking and meditating.
I'll abstain.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Abstain?
Tim Van Hookey.
Yes.
And Josh Jones.
Yes. All right, up next, discussion of school resource officer. And we've talked about this before. I just asked this to be put on here, and all I'm going to ask is for permission for Mark to reach out to Ted Hefsong and the county, a possible three-way venture on school resource officer. Just seeing if any other commissioners have any problems or concerns with that. No. Nope. Do we need that in the motion form?
I don't
or
think so.
Just direction.
You're just giving direction to
Figure it
Mark.
out, Mark.
So I'll reach out with the county with 234, and once I do that, you want me to get back in a meeting with you, the commissioners?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a primary commissioner that you would like to assign to assist me, or just do this on my own?
And I think you can just. Yeah. I mean, I think if you have any questions, I mean, I think you can do it on your own.
I can. I was just asking if
Yeah.
one would like to be involved.
Well, I mean, I've had
That's
constant
fine.
conversations, but I don't need to be involved.
Okay.
I've have met with Jim Harris. He was acting as a citizen. I have met with a school board member, and so we feel like this is the next step. So,
Okay. I will take care of that.
And this is exactly for what with the SRO?
Be a second SRO officer in our school.
Hey, Mark, when you're asking about Go ahead.
That stands for School Resource Officer.
I know what it stands for. Cop. School cop.
COP stands for Constable on Patrol.
Does it really?
Yes.
That's pretty good. What about copper?
All right,
So
go
anyway,
ahead.
when you're talking to them, also, could you talk to them about possibly? I mean, one of our thoughts has been with sharing the SRO when the summer comes around with helping at the lake as far as what's it called, lake patrol.
So that would be an assignment that we would assign to the police chief.
Or that would be a conversation with Travis. Then.
Yeah, I think.
Right, because Tom does.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's other because. Yeah, I mean, I'd reach out just to the school and the county and see what their thoughts are.
Yeah,
yeah.
I bet that's
On
what
the
I
lake?
thought.
No, not
Okay.
on the lake.
All
Not
right,
on the lake.
I got it.
Just
I said
I'd
on
leave
the
the
lake.
lake out of it, please.
No, put the lake back in.
All right. Next, I asked for this to put on here, discussion of landfill. This is something we've been talking about for, I don't know, 10 years. Seems like forever. And so I'm just going to make a motion to, the county's kind of discussed it and I don't know, kind of at a stopping point. So I figure if we just can agree on something to take to them. So all I'm going to ask for is make a motion that we reach out to the county and in exchange for our 13.8 acres, they allow us half of whatever their C&D gate rate is. And that would be our fee for now on to dump out there.
How many acres, Josh? I'm sorry.
13.8.
Yeah.
And they're C.
Yeah.
And D. C and D,
C&D.
construction and demolition.
That our rate would just be half of their gate rate for forever.
You're asking me to ask them for a time period?
I'm
Would that
asking
be-
for a motion for Bob to,
Oh, Bob. Okay.
or we draw an agreement up for them to look at and either approve or deny or tweak. So I don't know, thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Anyone?
How did you come up with that? I mean, there's a whole lot of discussion at the last joint meeting, and there's a lot of numbers thrown out about who's going to advantage how on doing what. Do you at half of it? How did you come up with that number? Is there some some number to back this up?
I was in
someplace?
that field for a while, and so
You mean
that's
you're standing in the junkyard? Or?
yeah,
Trash.
Still there.
Just trash junk. Yeah.
And so honestly, that's about break even for them. And so instead of them losing money on us dumping for X amount of years, this allows them to operate without because they're on a razor thin margin out there, and so they're trying not to be taxpayers not pay that. They're living off gate fees, and that's a big thing to them.
Yeah.
And so
Well, it saves us having to buy equipment and hire personnel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
and so
And I had a different concept. Is it okay if I talk about that?
Yes, sir.
Because I visited with Josh as well, and my thought was when we have any type of ground, when you deal with if you have land and you lease it, it always goes on thirds, and if you lease it out to hay ground, you get a third, and the guy that does all the work gets a 2/3. So I was taking the multiplication of the 135,000 cubic yards, 135,000 ton was what they thought we'd have if we joined those pieces of property together. And if you divide that by 3, it comes up to 45,000. So that was what my thought was, that we ask for 45,000 ton, and they get 2/3. They get to dump 90,000 ton there, and we get to dump 45,000 ton on that property, whether it takes us 200 years or 20 weeks. The reason I thought that was good was because they'll still be able to profit from it, and it's not like we're going to overburden ourselves and it'll all be C and D. I understand Josh's concept as well, that it doesn't hurt them, but I'm kind of torn on that because he's got his idea and I got mine.
Yeah,
So-
and my thing, it seems like we've been talking about this, and we all know government seems like it works slow, and so I just wanted to make a motion. I mean, you guys don't have to accept it, but I just wanted to move forward. We've talked about this the last 2
Let me
joint
ask-
meetings, and then
Let me ask you this: Can we just? Okay.
go ahead.
I was going to say, can we table it now that you've said it? Because we always talk about that as well. We say, will you bring this up at a meeting and say, vote on it now?
Well,
Can we
I mean,
table
we
it and get
can
discussion?
table it, but I felt like this is something that's been in our minds for 3 months now.
Right, I agree.
And so that's my only concern.
You're gonna feel like they're gonna bring us back an alternative offer? Or
Yeah,
is that what
that's
you're
what I
talking
say. Hey,
about?
here's
So-
our offer. Take it, don't tweak it. I mean, I just feel like I know I've been watching their meetings. They've met the last 3 weeks on it, and then nothing's moved forward. So
So what's the difference between you two have each got an idea? You're saying that we do what?
we will pay half of the gate rate
$17.50 right
just
now.
right now. Just moving forward, that's all we pay for the rest of the landfill life. We pay half the gate rate
So in other words, if
Regardless of what we put in there.
on C and D. Yeah,
And you're saying that we want to dump 35,000 tons? Or
45,000 tons.
45,000 tons.
right.
What's the difference?
Well, the difference is here's my idea of the difference. The difference is Josh's idea doesn't hurt either the city nor the county. They're still going to be paid for. They're still going to be covering their costs. We want to work good together with our neighbors. That's for sure. So this would be a good idea to both hold hand in hand and not break anybody's bank. Mine is more of a, I suppose you call it a different approach, to where I'm saying if they're going to profit, because if all in all, if they end up getting, they said their profit was $10 a ton, right, on C&D. So if you figure $10 a ton, and they're going to get 90,000, they're going to make $900,000 off that piece of ground. In the end, in year 2,300.
Gross sales.
Yes, yes.
So
So
out of that 45,000, that 13 acres, we put 45,000 ton. Any idea of how many acres or half an acre or how much that will cover?
the 45,000 ton.
Yeah.
If we did it by ourselves, I guess the question could be answered. If we did it by ourselves, we could do 70,000 ton. Now we accept all the labor, the machinery, the employees. It's going to cost us something if we do the 70,000 ton. The 45,000 ton is going to cover 1/3 of 13.8 acres. So 13.8 divided by 3 is going to be, 4 point something.
Yeah.
So
under that mode of 45,000 tons, we have kind of a rough idea of how many acres out of that 13 we would be able to put stuff in there no charge. And under Josh's plan, just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, is we get that cut rate in perpetuity until the landfill closes.
Right. So again, you're exactly right. But we're not going to use that piece of ground. Just so you know, that no matter what, if we make that deal, we're going to use the piece of ground the county's working on right
and
now.
honestly,
They're
we're
just gonna
talking
say-
about stuff 40, 50 years down the road.
Yeah.
I mean,
either or. It's going to be
either or. Yeah, either or. And to me, I mean, honestly, like I told Kevin, we all have the same boss, taxpayers, the county and the city both. And so I just want to I'm good with either way, honestly.
Your way saves us duplication of personnel though and equipment and
Both ways.
Right,
do.
both ways would. The only difference is we would get so much free for X amount of years.
Yeah, I don't think you
on
understand,
this.
Randy.
And then
I got it. I understand now.
On mine as well,
I
we do
understand.
nothing.
I got it. Yeah.
I mean, we could open up a landfill. The realistic is that that land. I mean, it would take us a lot to open it up, and I think we're willing. I think we have good partners right there. We're lucky that it's next to the county. So
I just with both concepts being put in front of us, we can do whatever. You made a motion, we can vote on it. But I would say at this point in time, with both ideas out there, have a little time to chew it fat.
Do you want to amend your motion to include both ideas and let them bring it back to us, which one they prefer?
Randy, that may be your best idea
yeah,
yet.
I would do that. I would make
In the last
motion
meeting.
to take both
Thank
both
God.
options both options to the county.
Okay, so just to
So-
clarify,
yeah.
we're gonna reach out to the county. For one way is to exchange 13.8 acres for half C&D gate rate.
Yep, for perpetuity, as long as the landfill's open.
The other way is that we get to dump 45,000 tons.
Yeah, we probably need to cap that each year because I know what they're gonna.
Yeah, we could do a cap on that. What that means is we're only going to dump, say, 200 ton a year or whatever the cap is. We figure that way we don't flood their place.
Right, that's what they're worried about. And so,
Yeah,
honestly,
I don't have a problem putting a cap on it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say conservatively 600 ton a year. That's average out about 15 houses. I don't think they could afford to do more than that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna cap it at 600 ton
Per year.
per year. Then they're gonna get to use 90,000 ton,
No, all you need to do is we get
Oh.
45,000 ton. Yeah,
period.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Zero.
What about that cap and then 1750?
So that's the motion.
Okay. There's the motion.
Yeah, that's something we can start tweaking it with, because now that's what I was talking about, maybe even a smaller cap with, if we did a half and half where we had a smaller cap and then we paid half the gate fee, something like that, to where there's, I don't know.
That's
Are we
my-
changing the
no,
motion?
That's my motion.
That's like
Well, we're just going.
I second your motion, Josh.
Okay. Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right. Discussion of ARPA funds. I asked for this to be put on here for two reasons. And actually, I didn't know Mark was going to have the water utility things on here later. And so, two things I would like. The main thing is we talked about ARPA allows us to give bonuses to emergency personnels. And so, and I know we've been talking about raises and everything. And so this allows us to possibly, at least for this year, as Brad's walking in, I can throw Brad in here, work on a way of, we really need to sit down and work. And I know Brad's working hard on it, on pay scale. But I'm going to ask, my motion is to use part of the ARPA funds to give bonuses to the police, fire, and dispatch. And there's 44. So my motion is to give a $2,000 bonus to dispatch, fire, and police, non-exempt, non-salary, full-time employees. EMS, we can't because that's done through the county. They would have to approve it. So.
You're making a motion to go ahead and do this?
Or, yeah, we've talked about it before.
Okay, I didn't know there's figures and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but the ARP funds that came in, there's certain categories they can be used for. There's workarounds to use it for other, but the primary categories were like broadband expansion. Crochan's already pretty much taken care of that here. You can use them for water projects, or there is defined cutout piece for bonuses for first responders, especially after the impact of COVID.
Yeah. And my other ask is going to be to use it to go. We have this ARPA money and we have these water projects need done, and so I'd love the rest of this year, whether it's accepted or not, and next year go to them 3 water projects because we need to get those fixed. But my motion is now for the bonuses for the emergency personnel.
I'd second that.
Yeah, which water projects? The lake?
I'm not disagreeing with it, but does somebody have some actual real numbers? I've forgotten the complete value of our ARPA funds. And
We have 387 left for this year.
Sorry, 380.
387,000 left, and we have another 587,000 coming in next year.
Good.
There's roughly 40, so it would be roughly 80,000 out of it for this.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so to clarify the motion, using the ARPA funds for non-salaried full-time,
Non-salary, full-time dispatch, police, and fire.
employees.
Yeah.
For $2,000.
Right.
Okay.
Excluding EMS because they're in the county.
Yeah, it's the way it's set up.
Yeah.
It would have to be approved through the county.
Okay. I have a first and a second, so we're ready to call.
Yep.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. And then
Mayor?
yes.
Question, are you asking for this to be paid before the end of the year?
Yeah. What is that?
Okay.
We have the ARPA funds there now. I mean, I think we did first discuss this in June.
Okay. We'll get Devin and we'll get it done.
Okay. Next, and this will make it quick, selling of lake property. And I just want to make this real quick. I would like to go out and look at selling another 2 to 4 lake properties. When we do, if we do decide to do it, I'd just like to change the process in the city. Actually, will be the selling party, and we can pay a percentage to a realtor that brings us a buyer. I think it'd make it a lot cleaner. But my main ask is to go out, have Mark go out and or the Lake Advisory Committee to find 3 more properties to sell. When is the next time they meet? It's a whole nother month, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Is the Lake Advisory Board aware of all the properties that you've identified for sale?
We haven't identified any.
So I don't, I'm just
That's what
questioning
I'm at.
why
That's,
we would,
that's
yeah.
my question, is for them to identify 3 more properties that we out there that could be sold.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yes. No?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Can I get with Doug Guns?
Yes.
So you want the Lake Advisory Committee?
Well,
to
I'm
pick
just
out-
saying if they can have, no, not pick out, have input. If they say, hey, here's, possibly where you could sell the next one. I mean, I don't want to say, hey, you sell these 3. But if you say, hey, it'd be nice if you sold some over here. I just, the more input, the better. So I don't want to not have them input. I don't know if they can schedule a meeting before, because I don't think it'd take us long. I'd like to have this done and ready before probably March, before spring, if there is 3 more properties out there. So
I think we should get a representative of the Lake Advisory Board, not the whole board. I mean, you don't want 14 people to be involved, and then that person
Well,
can
I'm not saying be
communicate with the
involved.
board.
I'm just saying at their next meeting, they can bring it up for topic of discussion.
They have a liaison.
Who would that be?
Anyway.
So does anyone have a problem with that or anything?
No, and then those properties, I'm assuming, would come back and be approved by the commission.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes,
It has
yes.
to be.
Yeah, I'm just asking for him to go out and.
And we get either a GIS overview
Yes.
or something of where they're at and where they're
Yeah.
And yeah, I agree. I think, from watching the past commission meetings and even watching the Lake Advisory Board meeting on the 9th, I mean, there were some concerns with the process, the terms, whether it was a cash sale or not. In fact, we had a citizen in here tonight that,
Yeah, I think we
right,
need
wrong,
to-
or indifferent. I mean, they made a good point.
Right,
So,
absolutely. I think we can clean
like
up
to
the.
avoid that.
Yeah, we can clean up the process, definitely. All right, and that's all I had on that. And up next is.
So we don't need to, we're just giving direction.
Yeah.
Yep, next is, Mark had added 3 possible water projects.
Your sheet about that? Oh, that's what this is.
Earl's Engineering and
So I distributed to each of you 3 paper clipped items. And there's 3 proposals there. One says for 6th Street water line replacement location in 6th Street between National Avenue and Ransom Street. And it's north center of Fort Scott.
I know I'm leaving, but I didn't get any sheets, and I feel really offended. So.
Oh, no, I still.
Thank you.
Randy's been having a lot of good comments tonight too. Get him a sheet.
I'm sorry, Randy. I actually put them out there.
I think
Mark,
I
I was
gave
doing
my-
helping
I
Mark
may have-
out.
I may have passed them off to Tim, thinking I was covered. Anyway, thank you. We're good. We're
Thinking
good.
he wouldn't have to participate.
So Jason, do you want to start off with that 6th Street?
Yes, so I preface this with, this was discussed months ago about prioritizing projects, and these 3 were selected based on part of that. There was an infrastructure plan I think Susan helped prepare and talk to Commission about on various occasions, so this is where we landed. So 6th Street, the issue with 6th Street right now, that crossing of the highway is out of service. And there's another crossing actually out of service. And what we've proposed and kind of leaning forward into kind of a, I guess what you call a master plan of water lines. Like we've kind of started that with the sewer, sanitary sewer, with Michael Mix, and talking about, what projects are CIPP and so on, kind of going through that. But with the water line, what we're looking at with 6th Street is really just improving that connection between the west and east side of the city and making sure you know, if one of the towers has issues, this loop across is going to help make sure that customers have the water that they need. And ultimately, because it's shut down, you know, it's one of the higher priorities to make sure that's replaced. And part of the, I guess, an expense for this is because it's crossing the KDOT highway, you've got to encase that in steel pipe. So there's higher costs for that, along with the permitting process to do that as well. So we did quote overall estimates for construction on this one is $589,900.
Seeing that. On the front
It's
page.
kind of scope of work paragraph.
So these three were they were in the budget for next year. Is that correct, Mark?
Yes.
Sorry.
Plus,
And I know this is one thing we talked about before, using the ARPA money for. So I know we have funds to do these. I know the 6th Street we talked about before.
could we also go through all three and then we can prioritize?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
To get your recommendation first, you looked at all these. How would you prioritize them?
Based on kind of what's going on, my priority would be the South Industrial Park. And that's contingent with the micro meat processing plant coming in. So that part of that project, it's kind of split into two pieces. There's a piece of the line that's in bad shape just south of Key Industries, about a 600-foot run of pipe that will be replaced with this project. And then the rest of that is extending the south end of that to reach the property where the meat processing plant is going in.
Does anyone have any questions or concerns with any of these three?
Well, these, the 6th Street, will that go down the center of the street? I'm sorry. Will that line be in the right of way, or in the street itself, or off to the side, or
Yeah, so
what would be the plan there?
As you guys are aware of 6th Street, one side of that's kind of got some vertical drops. So space-wise, I think initially this quote is looking at keeping it in the street.
So we're going to rip up the street.
That is, but a lot of that length is actually boring. So you're going to bore underneath the highway. So, and that, I don't remember how long that is. But
Is
yeah, a lot of that, we're trying to minimize the street we're tearing up. But
The railroad also.
yes. So yeah, that includes KDOT as well as the railroad.
And how big's, I haven't had a chance to look all this over, but how big is that water line right now?
The existing one was 8-inch, I believe.
And what's the proposal to
And
put
they're
in?
proposing to come in with 12.
12?
Yep. And some of the big loop lines that you guys have installed, which is a good plan, have been 12-inch. And some of those lines are currently 10-inch
This should help
across.
out the water pressure over there quite a bit, right?
Yeah. So yeah, getting the water across is part of that as well.
Can you sleeve that into that 6-inch? Too bad
We
it
can
ain't the other
try.
way around. We can make that happen. You know, and my only thought would be, I would like to do. Are you saying it's impossible to put it in the right of way because of?
It's not impossible. I'm
I'd
just
like to
saying
know
there's
it.
some space and utility issues, concerns.
Yeah, I'd like to know the difference in the two. And the reason I say that is because we've always dealt with, let's say Wall Street. Every time we'd come in and put a new layer of pavement down, man, it was great. And it wasn't 2 weeks later, we had city out there digging it up because of water breaks. So we went to a major expense here a while back, and we put 90% of that pipe over the right of way where it should have been in the beginning. So now when there's a water break, we get in a right of way. I sure hate to think about putting a lot of money into a water line, especially if we have funding to help us, and put it in the center of a street.
Right.
So I'd like to.
And I agree. My first inclination is to get it out of the street.
Right.
So that's what we'd like to look at that. However, exploring the utilities in the area and all the things that were apparent at the field visit that we did. We said, well, we need to make sure we cover in case it's got to stay in the street.
Sure, I understand, because it would be a pain coming through there, especially digging or whatever,
Yeah.
digging around phone lines and
So that's
caulking
where
it,
that
whatever.
ended up. Yeah.
Jason, I don't know all the supply lines to the east side, so this line that isn't functioning is completely out of service right now.
Correct.
Or is the east side in jeopardy of not having water? at
That's
some
the
point?
concern. So there's another line that I think is shut down that crosses the highway. The only new line is the one in Wall Street. There's a 12-inch line that crosses the highway that's in service, and it's fairly new. So that keeps them out of jeopardy unless that one, if that one failed, we'd be in trouble, we believe.
Okay, so the line that's south of the industrial park, does that add to the redundancy or?
That one is more about economic development,
Okay.
honestly, to get that, in order for that plant to be operational, they need water and sewer. And this will get the city infrastructure to them. And part of that job, it is an existing 12-inch main. So it's getting extended south. But we're also going to loop in that 6-inch line that's north of the KDOT facility because it currently dead ends. So that's some redundancy with the pressures. So that'll get that little loop in that industrial park as well. That doesn't currently exist.
Okay. So what's the ask today on these three?
The ask is to approve. First, the ask is for me to turn the microphone on. For us to prioritize A, B, and C, and then to start in that order of A, B, and C. But without the engineering, we can't proceed on any of them. So we would need to proceed with the engineering first. And I like Kevin Allen's suggestion, and I believe that our engineer agreed that we should always try to be in the right of way.
Right.
And that's a primary concern. I agree that it should be number one would be the south of the industrial park. I think that 6th Street would be number 2 and 3rd Street would be number 3. It'd be really bad to have 6th Street and 3rd Street torn up at the same time. But remember, they're going underneath.
Right. Well, 3rd Street, that one is actually State Street.
That's State.
From Wall to 3rd.
Yeah. Okay.
There's been issues. I think they had a big water break with the hotel, and it's currently kind of patched
And
back
don't take
together.
me wrong on this, but since there's 3 projects, I'm going to make a motion to go out for request for proposal for engineers to bid this. So hoping that you guys would bid it also.
Right.
For engineer work, but with being 3 of them, I would like to put this out to bid for engineers.
Is there an estimate? Do you have an estimate on here? Yeah. Okay, so we don't want to talk about that then if we're going to go out for.
Well, I mean, yeah. So that would be my motion to go out for all 3 of them, request for proposal or qualification, probably RFP.
Yep. So I would request if you do that to redact my fees.
That's what I was saying.
Yes.
If there's something on here that
We
needs to be.
will not include that in here. Yes.
And the construction cost is probably fine. They'll have to evaluate and decide what it is themselves.
We already called out price and the scope of work on the 6th Street project already.
Yeah. Which again, that's fine.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I hate that we're putting the.
That's an estimate, though.
It is.
You know,
Yeah.
So maybe another engineer would have a different estimate.
So you'll turn in. That being said, if we do that, Jason, you guys would turn in a bid. This
Well,
wouldn't be.
I'd like to address that. I think we have selected Earl's engineer as our engineer.
So what's your time frame on doing all 3 of these?
So based on availability and based on priority, let's say. So South Industrial Park, I would like our surveyor will be available mid to late January. So we'd be able to get survey in January. And that's part of the push. If we were to get at least that one approved tonight, we would be able to start setting that up right away. Wait on survey, get survey, finish the plans. And I think I said, I have a date, April 18th.
Can you handle all 3 if we approve all 3?
Yes.
And the date for those, all 3 of
Yeah,
them?
and dates kind of shift, I think. but that's negotiable. So I did it again. That was my priority. So South Industrial Park, we want a completion date ready for bids April 18th. The next project, and that may be swapped, but 6th Street we had a month later, May 16th, and then probably a month later. Yeah.
I would just like to actually say in somewhat of agreements with Josh, we're talking a lot of money. You know, when we talk about, we go to bid on all kinds of stuff. I don't know, you know, if we go to bid on houses for demolition and porta potties and just things that I'm thinking of. And I mean, when you're talking that kind of money, doesn't it make sense to go to bid on that also?
Well, again, we have selected Earl's Engineering as our engineer of choice
Right, for the monthly.
in all of our engineering work.
I don't.
As such, and I think that for the city's benefit and for urgency and for proper procedure, that Earl's, if they can handle the project, they should be our engineer. Now, I guess a proposal for engineering is here in front of us for each project. I guess is that a reasonable proposal? I say if that's a reasonable proposal based upon current standards, that we should say yes, let's go, let's get it done.
Well, that's my thought exactly. How do we know?
You know, we went through that process of selecting engineers earlier this year, and I think we did a very good job. And so I really feel. Let me ask you, Jason, do you are we looking at a one single source contractor to do all three projects? Bid as one project. If we did, would that not speed it up, or would that?
You could do it that way.
We're only talking about a couple $1 million worth of work, right?
Right.
Do you see one contractor coming here doing all three projects at the same time?
It'll just depend on their lots of dependencies. If we were to complete them all and have them ready to bid at the same time, you can certainly bid them that way.
Pete, I just come.
And that would save some cost.
I just come from a simpler world, and where I try to think about if you hired, let's think demo. If you hired your demo guy, I'm your demo guy, and I just give you some prices, and you say, well, that's close. I mean, comparable. I don't know what comparable is on engineering. I've never bid it out, so I mean, I thought that's probably a decent idea to bid it out and keep everybody's pencil sharp. I don't know.
Well, I think we have tons of time. I think that'll extend the process. Well, let's just take for instance we're going to do boring underneath the highway and the railroad track. Those are all going to take permits, and are we going to have two separate contractors doing that? I think it makes sense to have one contractor coming in and doing the both borings.
So you're going to ask for the bid to be when this comes back to bid, you're going to ask for one contractor to go out for one contractor for all three projects?
I think we could bid it two ways: single bid for all three, or individual bids.
See which one comes up the best. I don't have a problem with that, but I also don't have a problem with bidding out the engineering on it.
Well,
I know I made a motion, but real quick, and this has nothing to do with this, but kind of is like, where are we at with Eddie project, and where are we at with Old Faithful project?
So 17th and Eddie is waiting on staff comments. And the manhole, and if there's none, I just need to know. But in the manhole project, it was kind of on hold based on new specifications. So we can push that forward. It's ready, except for specifications.
Well,
for the manhole.
What specifications are we talking about?
Which would cover, the pavement replacement, trenching.
Well, that was all approved by the current standards and specifications are all approved by the.
Yeah, so we can use those, and that's fine.
Yeah,
But so yeah,
And
short
on
of that,
staff comment,
it's
how,
ready.
how long has Eddy Street been waiting on staff comments?
Not very long.
And so that's my only concern. I'm feeling like you guys may be a little overworked, and I don't want to say too much, but I feel like sometimes the getting back and getting things is sometimes not always.
Right, and it depends on what. Yeah, it depends on what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, and I'll say, laying out the stuff at the lake wasn't
Right.
a time-consuming deal, and that was all under the city engineer contract, and we'd be more than happy to revisit those costs and talk to the water district and all that stuff.
Right.
But there's a lot of stuff we do as a city engineer under that contract, and we try to
Yeah, I'm not trying to cut on you.
differentiate
Yeah,
and
no, and I
But
do
it
that.
took me 30 minutes to do one page.
Yeah, we need to get stuff done this year, and so that's
Right.
that's my major concern. We need to
Right.
get stuff done.
Yeah, so capacity to do waterline projects like these three, we're fine on that.
And they'll all be ready to go out to bid by when?
And it depends. So if you want them to bid at the same time, I'll have to give you a new date because my first date was March, right? Or April. Ready? The first one would be ready to bid. So bid package ready, middle of April. And then I basically just staggered them a month after each other. But it's fine. Efficiencies of doing 3 projects that are the same type in the same city.
But before you bid it, you have to do all the
Time-wise.
engineering work.
Correct.
And that's a considerable amount of time for
Yeah.
the route that you're going. And so I think time is of the essence.
Yep. So, yeah. So I think we talked long enough. So made a motion. I don't know if there's a second or not.
What was your motion?
To go out for RFPs for engineering on these 3 projects.
I'll second that.
Randy Nichols,
I'll abstain.
Tim Van Hooking,
Abstain.
Pete Allen,
No.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
So how does that work? I think the
knew
abstain
you were
carries
gonna
with the
ask.
majority of the votes. Am I correct in saying that?
That is what I understand, but I am not 100% sure of that.
Abstentions go with the majority of the.
That's what I thought.
What was that?
Yeah, the abstentions go with the majority of the vote.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
what I
what I understand, but I just want to make
I
sure.
mean, I'll be completely honest with you. I think it is a good idea at times. I don't want to use the term price shop or whatever. But again, with me not having deep enough knowledge of these particular products,
We're just handed these tonight.
and handed these tonight,
Right.
I didn't feel as far as that amount of money without
Sure.
digging into why, that I could commit to a yes.
Right.
I'm in the same category.
All right. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
No public hearing under new business. Rob Harrington, NRP.
He's got the socks.
He's got socks.
Yeah.
It's just. I've just come in. Oh, wow, that works. Hot mic. I was just coming this evening to ask that the commission move forward with the NRP, and I believe you're to the point where you need to approve the interlocal agreement. If you could do that, then I will move forward with presenting this interlocal agreement. Excuse me, to the other taxing districts that cover the city of Fort Scott, which would be the community college, the school district, and the county. And hopefully we can get those meetings and those interlocal agreements approved at those meetings in January, which then we will come back and present this to the Attorney General's office, which has 90 days to approve. Basically, they have to look over and make sure all the interlocal agreements are legally binding and written correctly, and they have 90 days to do that. And once they approve that, then the NRP will be back and ready to go, ready to use again. So we're about 4 months out still, but however, we need the interlocal agreement at least approved this evening by by your commission, or if we don't get it approved this evening, we'll have to wait until your next meeting in January, and that will cause us to miss the, I believe, the school board, the USD 234's meeting, which is the first Monday. We'll miss either that meeting or we'll miss the community college meeting. One of the two. We'll miss a meeting, which then will push it into February, which then will push the approval out to 5 months instead of 4. So.
Do you need a motion to accept this? Adopt it?
Rob, just out of curiosity, I think you and I talked about it before. Over the last term of the agreement, how many people actually took advantage of the NRP?
Well, that was before I was here, but not very many. I would say a lot of your residentials did not. A lot of your commercials may have, and your downtown historic districts do, because it's obviously a great deal for a historic district. It's 15 years.
And just to confirm, this program pretty much encompasses everything within the city limits of Fort Scott.
Yes, sir.
And it would also benefit developers or builders?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, sir.
I would make a motion that we approve it.
Second.
Sorry. Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Tim Van Hooky,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Rob, I would ask one more thing
Yes.
is we've got to find a way through Ready or however. I think it's great we're renewing it, but to schedule some forum or something somewhere, get the publicity out for it so that people can understand how the process works. That's why I think a lot of people aren't using it.
Sure, I agree.
What
completely.
the benefits are, what it can actually do to save them on taxes while allowing them, to improve our neighborhoods, or if they own a building downtown or whatever. So when you get done with everybody else, I would love to see something like that happen.
Yeah, as soon as it's approved by the Attorney General's office, I would like to, through Ready and the other organizations, have what would be possibly, I guess you could call a town hall meeting,
Yeah.
and have somebody like Mr. Meeks and Bob talk about the program and ourselves and how they can use it.
Yeah, because we didn't
Yeah.
know about it. We put a ton of money in our
Sure.
old house, and my wife is still after me about that. We could-
Yeah.
Yep.
Might be a good time to talk about the land bank too.
That's
Do
why,
that.
that's why it's not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely. I
I think it's on the, but yes.
Well, I mean,
Better
when you have
advertisement.
the
Yes.
town hall.
City website, all that needs to be throwing that out there on our
Rob's a pretty
Facebook.
good presenter, so I think he could do it.
He's doing okay.
Oh, try. I try.
Probably better than Jackson's recording.
I don't know. That voice was very smooth. That was smooth. I
Speaking
told
of
him.
presenting, up next, discussion of tourism.
Yeah, keep me up here. Notice that we put all the fruit and vegetables away before this period.
Did
So,
we vote on that? We did, didn't we? The last one?
Yes,
I
you
quit
voted
paying-
yes.
I tuned out here a while back.
Yeah, you
The
voted yes.
revitalization program, yeah.
So are we on tourism now?
We are.
Well, this has been a topic of discussion for several months now, I believe. And after discussion with my board, the Ready board, discussion with Mr. Tuff, and discussion with members of this commission, and with county commissioners, I am bringing the recommendation to this commission that it approve the moving of tourism to be housed under Ready. So, however, I don't know if I can I talk about the employee side of that or not?
You can talk about the employee, not the specific employee, but you can talk in general how the employee would be.
Okay, so I can say the tourism employee would still remain an employee of the city of Fort Scott, and therefore continue to receive the benefits that the city is able to offer that Ready does not have, yet they would be under the jurisdiction, I guess, oversight of the Ready board of directors. and
So
myself.
your ask would be for the tourism funds and for us to allow our tourism person to work underneath you.
Yes. Yes.
Wait, so he's gonna work underneath your direction, or you guys are gonna work in a collegial, cooperative?
I mean,
fashion?
we would.
There's a difference there.
Well, I mean, obviously he'd work under the direction of the Ready Board of Directors. I mean, I wouldn't be his boss because he works for the city. But I would. I mean, basically, at the end of the day, I oversee the budgets of Ready, so I would oversee the budgets, but I wouldn't be his superior. We would work together. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
So if there's strategic planning for tourism that comes from the city,
Yes.
then how exactly does that interact, or how does that potentially conflict with any directions from the Ready Board?
It doesn't.
Because the Ready Board is responsive to the city's strategic planning?
Yeah, we would work with this. We work with the city now on all strategic planning efforts and stuff. So I don't see it as a conflict in my own personal opinion. I don't see that as a conflict. We wouldn't go against the city in any way, shape, or form when it comes to strategic planning, in my opinion, when it comes to tourism and economic development.
Yeah, have we looked at kind of the scope of what the tourism director does now? And are there any areas that he performs on behalf of the city now that he would not be doing anymore under the direction of Ready?
As tourism director?
Tourism director.
No. He would still continue to be doing all the tourism for tourism. He would continue to do all those duties that he does now for the city.
And who would direct those activities? Since he's working under Ready, but we have requirements as a city, you coordinate
Sure.
with us on what was upcoming, what we expected, what we
Mhm.
needed to make sure was not compromised by this move.
Right. To me, I see as an MOU, kind of like what we did with Susan. Still an employee of ours, but
Yeah.
under contract with another entity. So I really have no authority over said
Mhm.
employee, but they're still employee of the city, just an MOU with another entity.
Yeah, I'm all for wherever we can combine resources and potentially save some money. That's not necessarily the case
Right.
here. But my biggest concern is always going to be, okay, what happens to the service level of that category
Right.
once
And-
this combination takes
Yeah,
place?
and I think the goal isn't, if I'm wrong, tell me, but the goal is to unify. Rob's our Bourbon County Ready is our economic development. We have tourism, so kind of work more hand in hand. And I don't know if this is the right answer or not.
What-
I mean, I would love to get. I think either each of us, Commission or Mark, can relay our tourism director's thoughts on this. Would be very beneficial as well. And I don't want to put you on the spot right now. I mean, if you do, you can speak on it. If not,
We've had a very in-depth conversation over a period of about a month, and
'Cause-
okay, he's gonna.
Yeah, to me,
I didn't want to put him on the spot either, but if he's willing to.
I say to me, it's going to be a lot dependent on how the tourism director feels.
Right. Well, and just to reiterate, Rob and I have had several conversations about this opportunity. Of course, as everyone knows, the tourism really falls under economic development. It's just that's a part of it, just like all the other branches of economic development. So, Rob and I already work together on several projects, kind of behind the scenes, and we have some things that are I think going to come to fruition very soon, and that's just that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, well, Jackson, and I'm just vetting out the details here. So,
Sure.
I told you earlier, actually, you're a very valuable asset to this community. And
Thank you.
I just wanted to be sure you were comfortable in that relationship. And despite Rob being a demanding, tyrant,
He is
we'll see how that works. So,
very demanding.
I think one of the benefits could come. I think Bourbon County Ready is possibly looking at hiring some more people, and I think it would probably give Jackson another hand that can help him as well Because I know that's one of the concerns now is Jackson's running, ragged. And so maybe combining an administrator for Ready and tourism would help.
Yeah, the conversation when I got here was the duplication of services and how those duplications actually affected the taxpayers in the end, And so I believe the county and the city of Fort Scott made strides forward to not duplicate economic development, have one single economic development branch to do economic development for both entities. And I think now we're to the point where the county has some needs and wants when it comes to tourism, and I think Jackson is fully capable of doing those, and we have the funds to help with that. And so by bringing him to Ready and housing us together, we will be able to work on those things together, and then therefore we're not again duplicating services, and we're saving the taxpayers money.
Yeah, that adds a lot of clarity to me, and so I.
Well, and I'll say, I'll just give you the example. Agritourism, that is outside the city limits. However, that does bring people to Fort Scott. Same thing with, let's look at another one, K-Rocks, Kansas Rocks, just north up around Mapleton. Of course, we promote that. We do a lot of Facebook posts and social media and trying to help them to draw bigger crowds.
Yeah, that's a good point because we've lacked in bringing those events people to Fort Scott. When we've talked about when they're here, especially the Rock Park is so close to Kansas City, they might not never make it past that spot.
And Rob and I have actually discussed some efforts that some opportunities to bring those folks on into Fort Scott. So, yeah.
Yeah, if it eliminates the duplication of service, I agree with that because I remember when we first moved here, we had a county economic development director, and then for a while we had a city economic development director, and then we had a third-party entity that was doing economic development type items, and it almost seemed like we were competing against each other in some ways. So yeah, you've addressed my concern. As long as service to the citizens of Fort Scott doesn't suffer from a tourism standpoint, I think it makes sense.
It should not at all, and I believe. If you think of the Ready Board, there is a member of the City Commission sits on Ready Board. At this time, it's the mayor, Josh Jones, and then Mark McCoy is also on our board. And so, there's that connection to the Ready Board, and then again, myself and Jackson. We're always just a call. Hey, we need you at the commission meeting tonight to speak on whether it be the budget or what you're doing or an update. We're always going to be available for those conversations. And so, to me, it makes more sense for us to have tourism with Ready, and so we can move forward. Like Jackson said, we have some things that are hopefully going to come to fruition, and there's going to be that we're going to need to have that partnership and cohesive piece to it for this to be successful. So
I think it's all great stuff as long as he doesn't start dressing like you. So keep him in that sweater. I need 4 pairs of them socks running around town.
Maybe I need. Hey, I've got pirate socks on.
Oh, here we go with the one-legged joke.
So the motion needs to be that. Is there a motion associated with this, or?
I know you want to do it, but
I
would like to make a motion that we proceed with what the contract looks like.
Memo of understanding.
Yeah, MOU, because there's some other things that we need to talk about behind the scenes with some of the tourism money, where it goes now, and just get everything so we can have an actual number. Give Jackson 2 weeks to decide if he really wants to. But no, and in that way, really, I just want to make sure, we just want to make sure it's really something.
I understand. I would ask, my question, my ask to the commission, I guess, this evening would be, could we move forward with at least getting Jackson office over there so that we can start working together on planning for the projects and the items that are happening hopefully in 2022 because they're going to be moving rather quickly.
I don't really want to see that until we have the MOU, just in case something falls apart.
Okay.
We've seen that with things we've done. I mean, we've always, like with the county, we were really good, but sometimes things fall apart. And
Sure. No, I understand.
Don't happen. So,
But you can start building an office.
Huh?
I mean, you can do whatever you want. You can start off
Yeah.
building the office or whatever, right?
It's already
but we
built.
really need to get a lot of
Okay.
stuff on paper before we can.
That's
even do
fine.
it. So,
That's fine. I
don't see
just
any reason-
They
misunderstood
should
why.
still be able to collaborate with
Yes.
each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
we
as far
do
as
anyway,
physically
but
moving,
I mean, I don't
let's
think-
wait till we get the MOU.
Yeah, I don't think
reviewed.
Jackson's up there, 20 hours next week, 30 hours next week. Or
No,
whatever
no,
you're down
that's.
here.
I guess I misunderstood what I was here for tonight.
Well, no, I think this is the first step to move forward, but I think in 2 weeks we can have the MOU. I don't see why we couldn't have it drawn up and then.
Okay.
That's
fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's whatever you guys want. I was just making the recommendation that.
I hate to
No.
think of him moving up there all excited, then walking back with his boxes back over.
I don't think that would happen. I hope that doesn't happen. But
I
socks in the
think it
box.
fits like a glove.
yeah.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
draw it up.
I can see nothing but good things happening there.
Yeah. Honestly, you two working together. I mean, it's. Yeah.
Oh man, that's
Yeah.
exactly the word I
Watch
was going
out.
for.
Watch out.
Rob Stocks and Jackson's voice.
Yeah.
One
Can't beat
stone
it.
away from the Oak Ridge boys.
It's like Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin, buddy.
So, Mayor, what is your motion?
My motion is to proceed to draw up an MOU with Bourbon County Ready for tourism and bring back for us to vote on next meeting.
Are you going to you want us to write up the MOU, or are you going to?
I would say McCoy and you can get together
Okay.
and
That's
collaborate
fine, yeah.
and draw up something.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Second.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Rob, again, Land Bank Ordinance 3599.
So I'm here for my. I think this is third and final. I think I'm good after this. No, I'm not.
Another one underneath there.
What's the one underneath there?
Land Bank
Land Bank
discussion.
discussion. This is just the ordinance.
Oh, okay.
So you want them together?
No,
No, I think he meant this is the third time on the ordinance on changing, because we had to have a public hearing, then
Oh no, I actually thought no. I meant like this is I'm done
Discuss.
after this, but no, I guess I'm not. I was wishful thinking. No, I'm here tonight to request that the commission move forward with the land bank discussion, in the point of moving forward with opening up for applications to place individuals on the land bank. Wait, I'm ahead of myself. I need the ordinance change. So I need you to change the ordinance to where different individuals are on the land bank board. Is that correct?
Adopt the ordinance which is presented
Okay.
in front of you here, 3599.
my
There you
only
go.
concern with the ordinance we talked about before, instead of forcing someone to be from banking or real estate, sometimes our boards don't get the
Sure.
people.
I
So
understand.
I would just like to change the wording of that to where it's weighted towards those people, but not mandatory.
That is perfectly fine with us, or with myself and the Ready Board.
So I'll make a motion to accept it with those changes. If that makes sense, Rachel?
Second.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Now,
The big one.
land bank discussion. So now I would like to see if the commission could open up applications to sit on what is now going to be the new land board bank committee. And so we can move forward with filling these positions and then move forward with establishing and working with the land bank.
We do that just like before, like we just go out and say anybody interested, send a.
Right. And there'd be 4 positions that we would post in the newspaper. I believe there has to be a required minimum of 2 postings in the newspaper. We'll double check with Diane.
Yeah,
on
legal
that.
notices.
Yes, yes, they are.
Right.
So, and
Throw it on the Facebook too, and
we can place it on the Facebook, right? We don't want to throw it on the.
see if it sticks.
Yes. So if
I
that's
will
the
ask
wish of the
Diane.
commissioners, we'll do that.
Yeah, I make the motion to do that. Do we need a motion?
All right.
Yeah.
Second.
Who seconded? I'm sorry.
Josh.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Are there any other questions in regards to anything I spoke of tonight?
Not till later.
We got some coming up.
I'm messing with you.
Stick around right
You're
there.
good to go, Rob. Thank you.
Right at the very last, we got a couple.
Well,
Thank you, sir.
you're welcome.
All right. E, change order number 1, Union Loft Alley project.
Yes, commissioners, our engineer has before us a change order to deal with the crossing at the alley from on First Street.
So to back up, we presented a change order last time that was going to do concrete, and the discussion was no, let's get a quote for brick instead of concrete. So that's basically what this is, and the only additional piece of that from the engineer's plans, they did not show sealing the center joint, so there's an additional cost in there for that.
On the work that's already been performed or the
Yes.
center? Okay.
On the work that's there now.
And so they put that all in there as a change order?
Yes.
Can we get that separated out if that needs to be in there?
Yes, it can be.
Because I mean, I could see where we don't want to go with the brick if that be the case, and we still want to seal the joint.
Correct. That's fine.
What are they sealing the joint with?
Did he say? He calls it. It has to be bladed, cleaned out, and then he's calling it caulking, which is basically a rubberized seal.
Right. I just wondered, is it
standard concrete?
Right. I didn't know whether it was NP1 or whether they had a specific on it.
He did not.
And that's possibly something that we could
And it is.
install as well.
He offered on that piece that he would loan his saw to the city if they wanted to do the work.
Loan it for a fee or loan it?
He did
without
not
a
say fee.
Really?
Right.
Okay. There is a separate fee for that, though. Would you state what that is?
Yeah,
in the
so
bid?
the separate fee for the joint sealing is $3,600.
And then the other fee for the brick to go from
And
left.
yes, to replace the brick in an 18 by 51 foot area across First Street is a total of $22,355. And for comparison, the previous quote to do that as concrete with some cleanup of the brick, that was the $15,960.
Well, I would just like to say with these being just brought to us again at this meeting, I would like some time to chew over both of them. I don't think it's not a hurry up type deal, right?
I can talk to Ron and see. There were some weather delays before, but he made it sound like he would be ready. So the trick is, if this isn't approved tonight, he may not be ready as soon.
What's stopping the alley from being open?
I think there's curing time. I'll have to ask him
Yeah.
when that's over.
That's the only thing stopping the alley from being open.
The other thing is there's a big defect at the south end of the alley that nobody can drive over, right?
Right. So yeah, the bad brick
So
there is a problem.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's really becoming more, I mean, they're gonna have to repair that in order to get into the alley at all.
And that was
Yes.
that part of the original bid to fix?
No.
So part of this is gonna have to be structurally completed just to get to the alley repair.
So
I mean, the city could go in and,
the original bid was to
Short
leave
up.
that.
well, it's gotten worse since then, is part of the problem. So the way what it looks like now to what it was before he started the work, I think it's deteriorated more because he had to do the work to build the apron for the drive. So
But I mean,
it's just
finishing
a bad thing got worse.
Finishing the apron is part of the original bid, right?
Correct. So the apron is done.
Oh, it's done now?
Yes.
But next to the apron and curb, there's a,
Yeah, to get
you've
the
probably been
basically
through there,
the
like a 4 or 6 foot, defect where that's deep that.
Yeah.
yeah, it was
So-
it got over time that has deteriorated more, and so the apron maybe would have covered it before, but yeah, that the bad part of that brick right against the apron is still there.
Well, and if we need to get the alley open, I mean, we could use coal patch, anything to get that thing open and go.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that putting a concrete drive across the brick street is against the intent in the historical district.
Right, and we abandoned that idea.
I'm sorry.
Right, and that's why that changed. So this change order
And,
would be
and I
brick.
think that trying to do anything in that 18-foot wide section would be kind of against what the overall plan would be to rebuild that street in the first place. And I think that's one of the things that we as a commission are going to have to decide what our policy is going to be on rebuilding those streets downtown, down there. And I can't see us spending $22,000 to do a little strip across there. When we could incorporate that money in with whatever funds we're going to use to rebuild the street. But that's one of our worst streets in town right now. It's been almost totally demolished by all the construction work down there. We've got huge investments in the buildings down there, and a huge investment in the alley. It's time now to put our next foot forward and rebuild that brick street from Main to National, including this part here. And I think that's one of the first projects that we should, as a commission, decide that we need to get done. And I can't see us going in there and doing some work of $22,000 that might possibly be torn out when we rebuild the street back to standards. So I would vote against the change order.
Was that a
I
motion?
would say, like Skip says, let's patch it and open the alley and get on with it.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Second.
Can we clarify?
The motion is not to accept the brick. There's two different bids here, kind of.
Right. So
So the motion is not
joint.
to accept the first one for $22,355. Is that correct?
I'm not. I think we should accept the center strip of mastic,
Yeah.
whatever we're doing
So-
on there on the joint.
Yeah. So the first. So
Whatever that $3,600.
yeah. Well, I think we need to make two separate motions if we're going to approve one and not the other. So your motion is to reject the $22,355 bid for the brick across the street. And Kevin seconded.
$22,355.
Yeah, to reject the. Yeah.
Reject that motion, that one,
Yeah.
or that change order.
Yes.
All right. Tim Van Hooking,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
No.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right. And so
I want to make the motion also to take some time, not necessarily reject the caulking bid, but look into what it's going to cost if we could do that. We don't know what material we're using. We don't know anything like that. So rather than just say, yes, I want to get, I would like to.
Well, in order to get the alley opened up, I think we're gonna have to get that done.
And what is
you
that
know,
doing?
Our crews, you know, we've got, you know, we're limited on crews, you know, our crews have work to do, to take on another thing they're not used to doing, I think would be.
But it's just caulking a joint.
I know, but.
It's running a saw down it and then caulking
But
it.
it's special caulking and a special joint, and it needs to be warranted by the contractor.
Okay, I don't, yeah.
So I make a motion that.
Wait, I already made a motion.
Did you make a motion?
Did I make one?
Okay, you make a motion.
I don't think you ever finished
You made a motion.
I started to make it, and then you yelled at me. I was just making a motion to not accept either one at this point in time. Well, I'm not going to add the other one in because we already said that one. But I'm making a motion as well to hold off on that one for 2 weeks till we consider what else we can do.
Is that going to delay the opening of the alley?
No, if you guys shore up those bricks, it can be open. It's an issue of moisture getting in.
Right, freezing and cracking.
So
your call. That's just two options.
I'll second.
It,
And the only thing I ask is just, I don't know enough about this, but does it matter what caulking they use, Pete? What caulking you use, does that matter very much? And so
Absolutely.
I would just ask to come back with what he plans on using as that.
Well, I'm sure they've got a specification. Jason, is there a spec on that caulking?
we can get one to him.
Oh.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the plans, that's why.
Yeah. So he made a motion to table it. To come back.
and if we have
with
to have an emergency meeting too, I don't have a problem with that either.
And
Once
what
we
are
find
we
out
tabling?
the
caulk in the joint.
On one change order. This is one.
on Union Alley, Union.
Included in the original change.
Probably should have been. Do you agree? It probably should have been included in the original scope of work.
Yes, it should have been.
He's confusing you. I know.
I'm sorry. I'm all jacked up on peanuts and coffee.
Okay, we're tabling the joint and caulking from the first change order.
It's just a change order for joint and caulking.
It's just part of it.
Yeah.
And you seconded?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Pete Allen.
No.
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 Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right. Is there another motion? Since that one failed.
Pete, do you want to accept that? You want to move to accept the
Do we need another motion?
to,
Well,
to
it
accept
failed.
the change order?
Yeah, you got to accept it.
We failed to table that.
Accept
So
Well, then,
it's a change order, so you got to be approved.
okay, I make a motion that we approve the change order to have the contractor do the joint, center joint for specs.
Second.
I will ask per specs. Can you clarify that, Jason, what per specs means on this?
I will provide the spec
Okay.
to the contractor.
Okay.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Tim Van Hooking.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
I was waiting on you to
You're doing fine. You're
Well,
doing
like
great.
And
This-
stuck in a traffic.
This is like herding cats.
So with that, I will, like I said, I'll provide the spec. I will get a revised change order to get signed. I can't do that till Thursday. I'll be out of town tomorrow. And with that, I do need to leave now. And I know Commissioner Allen wants to talk about the brick policy. So I think I conveyed some stuff to Mark. So I think he can speak to that. And maybe ultimately that work session where we talk about the specs, maybe this is a good place for that too.
Perfect.
And then also wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Jason.
Well, Merry Christmas to you too, Jason.
Travel safe.
I'll be around.
Tell Peter that as well.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item F, consideration to pay Skitch's hauling and excavation porta potties November 3210. Mark, this is reviewed by you or Susan or?
Yes, this is the standard bill that we get, and you can see the amount on there. We have porta potties will be increased because in the winter we go to 7 units in the winter, and so I did review this bill.
So we have more units in the winter than we do in the summer?
Yes, because they have to close down the existing porta potties so they don't freeze. The water is shut off in Gun Park. So believe it or not, there was 2 restrooms down there by the camping area that were open. And so those are closed now.
I know this is off subject, but kind of on there, have we, since the sales tax money started coming in for the park, can we have Doug come back with, I know the park committee said something about building a bathhouse down there that'd be open possibly year round. And possibly save some of the money on the porta potties. I don't know if we, at some point we can discuss that sales tax money that was meant to go down there.
Yes, and there was a discussion that I had with Susan before she left in regards to approximately how much funds, and there was supposed to be a sub-team from the Parks Advisory Board that was working on that, but I'm taking a note here to get with Doug.
Yeah, because we kind of asked that question a couple of meetings ago too.
Yeah.
So, good.
But I've got that, yes. So I think the same thing, commissioners, that we need to find a way to reconstruct our bathrooms, and so that we eliminate the porta potties as best we can. I mean, there's still going to be a need in certain areas.
Yeah, there needs to be a balance.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, move to pay this bill.
Second.
Maybe we need a porta potty in the room.
I'm thinking that.
Yeah, yes, yes.
You,
They're going to be sad they missed that. 'Cause that was good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You folks are in certainly in certain spirits tonight.
Christmas spirit, Mark.
All right, consideration.
Okay.
Next, consideration of IT shared service.
And so now the mayor's out of the room here. So I presented a package in front of. I'm sorry. There's 2 paper clipped MOUs in front of you. One is for Memorandum of Understanding IT Administrator Shared Services, and that is for Shane Walker. And whereas the county IT Administrator Shane Walker has the necessary experience and specialized skills and expertise. This contract would be for the period of January through December of 2012. It specifies in here what the duties and responsibilities and the oversight would be. That would be paid to the county for $12,000 for his expertise. And he has already been providing his expertise to us and his guidance onto our IT support person who is here and has been here since July, James R. Kimmer. And James Kimmer, get the other one out, I'm sorry. James Kimmer is the IT specialist here. He's the person on the site who is able to navigate and assist us with our daily, weekly, monthly IT opportunities that come up. And so his contract is for approximately 20 hours of service per week, and that is in the amount of $14,500. If you take those 2 together, that equates to $26,500. And just the cost savings of those 2 versus having the full-time staff person would be about $25,000 from what we were paying having a full-time IT staff person in the past.
Yeah, and I will say Shane, since I knew the way it was last year. He's kind of been offering his services for free this year for the last 6 months, knowing that it wasn't in our budget. So,
And that's yes. And I've been working closely with Shane. I knew him very closely from his other responsibilities at the county. Shane is also the deputy emergency manager for Bourbon County, and so I worked closely with him and Will Wallace in my previous voluntary positions. His knowledge and expertise is terrific in the IT area. I'm amazed by his knowledge and contacts.
I'd say in just a small audit he's done so far has
Yes.
probably saved us.
One of the things that I've been working with and through him is ways to help reduce our telephone costs. You remember that company called AT&T? And I don't know how many of you may still have AT&T at your home, but we were having a massive amount of monthly bills here from AT&T. So we're moving that over to IP phones, and so I would think we should be able to achieve approximately a $2,500 minimum, $2,500 per month savings. So there's another $15,500 a year savings. Yes, sir.
I just have a question.
Which one?
On page 3 of 5, under paragraph 5.
I'm sorry, which person?
On Mr. Kimmer.
Kimmer, yes.
Why is, if we're looking at this memo of understanding now, is to say effective July 1st of 2021?
Because
Why
I
is it
gave you the one with the.
backdated?
How does it say that?
Yeah, it's backdated to July 2021.
Well, the cop. Okay, let
Yeah,
me
that's
go
what
to
I'm making.
under
I mean,
Mr. Kimmer.
do we owe backdate for this, or why is the date back?
No. Let me.
This goes through the 31st.
I thought that was
No,
corrected.
next year, 22.
Yes, I had pointed out that error, and I thought it was corrected. We will do the official cross through that.
Well, it's actually covered. The next line is or upon approval by the city commission of Fort Scott, Kansas. So.
Then the term will be through December 31 of 2022. He has been employed with us since July 1. This should be a continuation of his employment. Let's see how that is with Mr. Walker's. Mr. Walker's is January 1 of 2022. So this is a continuation of employment with Mr. Kimmer and a initiation of employment with Mr. Walker.
All right. Well, would it make sense to leave his like it is, or since we're doing a new one for Shane Walker, just to make them both the same date?
Yeah, I'd say just change the date to January 1.
Okay. Yep.
Even though it says or until
No,
approved.
I
but
understand. Yeah. I'll change that. I have the copy that's already been signed by the Bourbon County Commissioner, Presiding Commissioner Lynn O'Hara. I will cross that out and put in, actually, I'll have the mayor cross that out and put in just January 1 of 2021, 2022.
You want me to get in trouble?
No, because then you're going to initial it, because a person that signs it and initials it is better document. And then we could even have our person over here, you're a notary, am I correct? Yeah, she'll notarize that too.
All right.
So someone needs to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept MOU for Jimmy Kimmer with the change of January 1st.
Second.
Yeah, we have to do two separate ones.
Yes.
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 Yes. And I'll make the motion to accept the MOU for Shane Walker.
Second.
Second. Oh, third. I quit listening. He's almost out of here.
Yes.
Yep. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Up next, discussion of brick, street, and alley policy. Pete Allen.
I sent this out to everyone, and I hope that everybody, including Skitch, has read this and know what I'm talking about. For 50 years, Fort Scott's been struggling with Brick Street policy, and we've never had a written sit-down written policy on how we are to repair and patch and maintain brick streets. This is a guidance for the preservation and maintenance of the exposed brick streets that we have in Fort Scott today. And by saying exposed brick streets, I'm talking about those brick streets that have not been overlaid with asphalt. We have this is a policy where we adopt that I plan to adopt, or like for the commission to adopt, a plan that will preserve the historical aspect of Fort Scott. Brick streets are a structure. Brick streets in the historical district, exposed brick streets are from Oak Street to 3rd Street, from National to Scott Street. It would be the policy that we would preserve and rebuild those brick streets to the standards that the historical district recommends. The brick streets that I'm talking about extend to other historical areas such as 3rd Street at Eugene Ware School, over at the old church on 5th Street and National, to the Presbyterian Church. I would propose that those streets be preserved, to be rebuilt, and in the policy, it gives a whole how to, when to, and where to. It gives all the directions on taking the bricks up, salvaging the bricks. What we're talking about on the brick streets that have been overlaid, that goes into a salvage situation. If we have, let's just take for instance 6th Street, when we tear these, if we put this water line in, we're going down through a brick street. That's a brick street that's been overlaid with asphalt. Now this makes it clear that when we pull up those brick streets to put that water line in, we're going to salvage the brick. The brick are not going back in, and we're going to patch that area with a layer of hot mix asphalt. This clarifies that. It tells you that we're going to salvage the bricks. Concrete curb and gutter. They must comply with the City of Fort Scott engineering standards and specifications. We're looking at possibility of some stone curbs and gutters. In the early days, that's what we had. We had stone curbs and gutters. And in order to preserve the historical district, we may want to think about rebuilding some of those, and we can rebuild those with slabs of stone or with slabs of concrete. This describes all of that, and it talks about removing and salvaging of the stone curbs that we replace with concrete. It talks about crosswalks, utility requirements, how you cut and patch, and it all points to city standards. So there's nothing unique about what I'm talking about. It just specifying this is how it will be done. It specifies that utility companies, private contractors, city will all follow this specification. It also says that we're going to have a brick street inventory map. I'm in the process now of doing an inventory map. I've got all the streets in Fort Scott on a spreadsheet, and I'm making that. We'll make that available. And so we will have a comprehensive plan on how we're going to handle brick streets, what we're going to do with them. You know, we're talking about redoing our standards and redoing our ordinances. That will all tie into what I'm talking about here. They will tie together. It's not one going to be fighting the other. So that's what I'm asking, is that this commission make a policy statement, and this is the statement. And if there's any questions, you know, I'd be glad to answer them. But it's an attempt to standardize what we're doing with our brick streets in Fort Scott. Not only our brick streets, but our brick streets that are now asphalted. So this is the first step toward putting a plan together. And so what I'm asking is that we adopt this as our policy for the city of Fort Scott.
The only question I would have, Pete, is earlier Jason was up here talking about repealing of ordinances and how we treat the brick streets. So wouldn't this also tie in and be part of our working session, or as we get together to discuss what we replace those ordinances with?
Sure. It's and again, this is part of that whole entire plan.
Yeah.
But this ties in with whatever we decide on our standards. This refers to those standards. Yeah. Otherwise, it will be done per that Fort Scott standards.
Yeah, and I read through what you sent to us, and like I said, I'm not a street guy. I'm becoming more knowledgeable. Don't have what you guys have here, but I would be curious to take more time and look at it to see with what we were repealing, and then if it makes sense, include this in to the new ordinance.
We're not repealing anything with this.
No, I know.
This is just.
But the
this
other,
is just saying, yeah, this is how it should be done.
but we are looking at eventually repealing those other two ordinances, and we're doing kind of a working session to bring those up to where it meets Fort Scott.
And that has nothing to do with this policy. The repealing of those ordinances have nothing to do with this policy.
Does the replace? I mean,
Yeah.
what we're going to replace those with does.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What we're going to replace those with does, though, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is in line with
Yeah.
what we are seeing.
Yeah, and I think that's what Tim was saying.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was saying. What we plan to replace it with should include
It is.
those items.
This takes all of that into.
Yeah.
So, our work session, Mark. I mean, are you good with that? Our work session we're going to do here in a few weeks or whenever on the ordinance we talked about earlier, including this in that work session.
You got any objection, Marcus? I know Jason said he referred to you.
Oh yeah, well, Jason's a few thoughts on Jason had on this.
No. The point is yes, we should include this in the work session. Yes, if
Well,
that's
I agree. I don't object to doing that. I don't object to it. I would like to, for you all to understand it.
Absolutely.
And this is the first of a lot of policies that this board, this commission needs to make.
right. Much to digest all at once, and it should be taken one bite at a time so we can clearly understand it and agree to it as a commission, so everybody's on the same page.
Well, if that's what the commission wants to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when I will
I
say,
think
I read it over and I like it.
job of the
I mean,
commission.
I think I like it in principle. I mean, there wasn't maybe one or two small things that changed, but honestly,
But I think if we just look at approving this like it is, then we've still
Right.
got to go back
right
and
do
look
the
at repealing the other one, and then
Yeah.
I think it would be better from an ordinance standpoint if they were included together.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Pete, you've obviously done a great deal of work
Yep.
on this, and one of my questions was, how do you codify a policy? I'm not sure where policies fit into requiring people to do what you want done, and that's just a question I have. I just don't know the mechanics of it. So the thought about how do you make this have teeth, I guess that's what I'm asking. Maybe you guys could talk about that at the work session.
Mayor, may I ask that we move Bill Downey next? He needs to attend to a significant issue and he needs to leave. Okay. So we're going to go to J, discussion
And we'll
of
come
codes,
back to I.
procedures, and
Do you need to
policies.
leave emergently? Do we need to put this on?
I should say duty calls.
Yes.
And I need to put my other hat on and go serve our citizens. First of all, let me say on behalf of Kim and may God bless you and yours richly. May you all have a wonderful Christmas holiday. It's probably not lost on you that my department has had, I'm the 10th director in approximately 24 months. I don't need to probably elaborate on the instability that creates in a department when there's turnover every 2 or 3 months. So one of my goals when I came in the first week of August was to create some stability in our office, to create consistency. Of course, my learning curve's been pretty sharp, and my knowledge level isn't anywhere where I would like it to be, but we gave ourselves about 18 to 24 months to get to a comfortable place, so we're only partway there. If you look at the envelope I gave you, I just wanted to kind of catch you up to speed on one of my goals for after the new year, January 4th. Recently, we had a chance to study fence ordinances and zoning regulations regarding fencing. And one of the questions that was posed to me was, do people have to get a building permit for a fence? And the answer is both yes and no. Because if you'll look, I gave you 2 snapshots, if you will, or screenshots of our city website. One snapshot is from the tab on the city website that says building permits. And you'll know I highlighted in pink for you, so it's easier to stand out. But our city website says that you do not need a permit for window repair, siding, or fences. Well, then under the building codes tab, which is a separate tab altogether, under frequently asked questions, there's a question, do I need a permit to build a fence? And that's the second snapshot I gave you, because the information on our website says, talk to the zoning director. So there's some inconsistency there, or discrepancy. Just for fun, I threw in the International Residential Code citation from Chapter 105 that says fences under 7 feet tall do not require a building permit. I just don't know if that's whoever wrote that on the website to begin with. I don't know if that's was their thinking at the time or what. But our zoning regulation, Chapter 20, 901, Section A, clearly says that you have to have a permit to build a fence. So I guess what I'm asking your permission for is to modify our website to reflect that one should have to have a permit to build a fence. And I think the wisdom there, guys, is that it gives us the opportunity to go out and do a site inspection and get plans and all that up front before people start digging post holes. And so that's one change I would like to make, is to follow the zoning regulation and how we want to evaluate a fence permit. I'm not sure. Maybe we do it like a demo permit where there's no fee, they're just free. But at least that gives us, brings us in the loop, and it gives my inspectors the opportunity to go out and site inspect in advance, so that we can make sure people are following code.
I think you'll have a lot more success with people getting permits if you do make them at least cheaper,
yes,
free, what have you, and that's with any kind of building permit. I know that always turned me off as far as going into the codes office and saying, I don't mind paying your $20 permittage fee, but then you tack on another dollar for every 1,000 you're going to spend, and so on and so forth. It's hard enough to get people to do the right thing anyway. And then when they know they're going to go in there and lose $50, $60 in their mind,
Right.
and telling themselves to add to their taxes or what have you. I mean, let's be honest.
And the best part, Mr. Allen, is you guys get to decide what those fees are. So
Right, exactly. I've had a little bit of a problem with that anyway, because we should be promoting building and throwing those. We'd be happy to give out permits to continue to grow.
For sure.
I mean, that's something to be discussed. But yeah, you need to get that fence deal tight, because that was a toboggle, and we don't want to go through that again. And
I concur.
Yep, building anything in a right of way is.
Well, what we did is we went with, first of all, Mr. Matkin and I went to the job site and looked at it. Then Mr. McCoy, Mr. Matkin and I went and looked at it. And then Mr. McCoy, Mr. Farmer and I went and looked at it. And so that it didn't create an appearance of impropriety by sending a letter to just one property owner, we went and found several other properties that had fence violations. Granted, they're already, those fences, I don't know how long they've existed. We had Mr. Farmer draft letters to each of those property owners and send them out so that, we weren't just singling out one family, one residence. And I believe the regulation that Mr. Farmer cited should be 2901 D like David, which you should have a copy of in front of you.
Yeah, it's crazy, all these things, they kind of go against each other.
Well, and thank you for saying that, because that was going to be my next comment. Some of our ordinances were written in 1891. So that's 130 years ago, but the zoning regulations were adopted in 08.
Right.
So they're much newer, and I don't know how that process worked, but it feels like more than once now I've come across a discrepancy between an existing ordinance from years back and the newer zoning regulations. And if my office is going to operate efficiently, with the least amount of man hours, then as I find these things, I'd like to bring them to you so we can correct them.
Well, the thing that the mayor just pointed out is there's a rule on there that says, yeah, that's craziness. I was reading it while you're talking about it. I mean, and we have so many old rules on the books. We have a dance rule, and I'm not going to get into that, but you have to pay $200 a year to dance in Fort Scott.
Yes.
That's crazy. Let's get rid of that. I can't imagine.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, for pointing that out, because I don't want to feel like we're undermining ourselves. We want to be efficient. We want to serve the community as best we can. We want to make sure we don't have discrepancies on the books.
Right.
So as I find them, I'd like to be able to bring them before you as a commission so you can make the necessary corrections. Not that forgive me, my voice is weak today.
So Bill, are you in the process of reviewing?
Tell me where this section 20-8 comes from?
That's from the 2008 zoning regulations, Mr. Commissioner.
From Fort Scott?
Yes, sir.
Zoning regulations?
Yes, sir. So we have zoning regulations and we have ordinances, and the zoning regulations were adopted by the city in 2008.
And they conflict. I mean, this zoning regulation is different than our ordinance.
I don't know if it is. I think the ordinance says you can't build a fence in public property.
Right. And it just doesn't make sense to allow anybody to build a fence on public property, particularly 6 feet off the.
Did we ever decide where public property is? Is where the easement are? Is that private property with an easement, or is that public property?
What was the question again?
Where easements are, is that private property with an easement, or is that considered public property?
I think that would be private property with an easement.
That's what I always thought. So
I think so too. And the way that the zoning regulation in question, the one that you have in your hand, letter D, David, the way that's written, it's necessarily inferred in the language that, you know, Kansas Gas needs in there,
Right.
or anybody, Evergy, Suddenlink, Crawcan, that they have the right to take that fence down, and the owner, if they want to put it back up, it's on at their expense.
I think the fence in question was not built on public property. It was a private property with an easement.
Yeah, and I spoke to Mr. Walker at length on this topic. He measured it out from the center of the street, and if there was a sidewalk, there isn't one, but if there was, those fence posts would be 3 feet too far north. They'd be in the middle of the sidewalk, I guess. But that's where this zoning regulation, I think, is.
Where are these zoning regulations published?
I have a book. You're welcome to come look. There should be plenty of zoning regulation books around, but I think they're also online. I believe they are, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I found that online.
Found
Yeah.
this online
On the city's website.
on the city website.
You go under codes and municipal.
I think if you go to the very bottom of the municipal ordinances, then I think the zoning regulations are down at the bottom, Pete.
But you're right, we have conflicting, a lot of times we do have conflicting things, or little words that, yeah.
Well, and like I said, you have 1891 ordinances. Now you've got 2008 regulations. We just make sure we everything harmonizes.
Yeah, when you're going over that, just make sure and look at that dance reel too.
I will.
It's always bothered me.
Commissioner, maybe going forward, you might want a part-time person to assist him in trying to identify these conflicting and confusing rules. So you might be able to find someone on a part-time basis who might be able to do that.
We'll have to put an ad out.
I know a guy who will work for $9 an hour.
Motion to adjourn?
All right. Does anyone else have any questions? Was there anything else that you had on this?
No, I guess I wanted your permission to require fence permits beginning January 4th and to modify our website to properly reflect that language.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Yes.
Second.
And I would encourage you to do that also.
Sorry.
Could I get a copy of the letter that Mr. Farmer sent to these violators?
Sure. We'd have to get them from Mr.
Well,
Farmer. I haven't seen them.
Yeah, and I want to make clear, violators is Commissioner Allen's term and not the city's. So.
Well, that's what he said, was violation of the ordinance.
If I did, I misspoke. I apologize. Mr. Farmer's intent was to make them aware of the zoning regulation, and that if a utility needed in there, that they could take their fence
Not that
down.
they're in violation, but
No, they
here's the
haven't.
consequences if.
They went within those rules.
It's a letter of clarification so that they are aware that they are the property owner, and on their property they have constructed a fence which exists within a utility easement. And therefore, at any time, a utility could come in and remove that fence, and that they, the homeowner, would have to replace it or put it back at their own cost.
Let's make it clear that that property is not private property. That property does not belong to that.
When you
that-
buy a
that
piece of-
that property belongs to the public.
I don't think so.
No, sir. When
Yes,
you
sir.
buy a piece of property,
Deals with this, and it clearly stipulates that anything within the easement of the city, unless the city has a
Right.
separate ordinance, that is public property according to that Supreme Court.
the-
case. Now,
the-
that case is from
the-
1870.
Stormwater runoff splits my property.
The easement is underground, not above ground.
I put fences
So
up
the easement,
within X number
right?
of feet of that runoff.
Yeah, I mean it's.
so I've bought quite a bit of property. You probably have also. In there, your title company will show you where the easements are in your property. If I have chosen to build a fence, which I made the mistake of doing that in the People's Republic of California on an easement, and those people came through and removed my fence And this is when I became educated that that property, even though it's my property and I paid for it, I was notified by the title company that there's an easement.
And that's on your private property.
Yes.
But here, this fence is on public property. It is not private property.
Well, we'll need to get a
30 feet
clarification
each
from
side
the
of
lawyer.
center line of that street is public property, Mark.
Bill, I would have one other question on that.
Yes.
If we're gonna take the time to do a permit and a fence ordinance, can we look at potentially adding one line in there on which way, if you're putting a fence up, like a privacy fence, which way that, yeah, because I'm amazed, and I have one butting up to my property, at the number of people that I'm looking at their 4x4s.
Right.
And that's so against every other code of anywhere I've been. The smooth side's supposed to be towards your neighbors. So if we're gonna do that, why not add that one under stipulation?
I agree with that, as well as what it's constructed of. I mean, I could tell you where there's a box built right now that's just out of metal. It's just terrible. It's just out in the middle of nowhere, and it's bad. So there need to be all kinds of stuff wrote. So
I concur.
start writing.
If you'd like me to, I'll modify this regulation, bring it back for you for review.
I think Tim's onto something.
Okay.
So are we changing your motion?
I didn't make a motion, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'll change my motion to go ahead and give him the authority to modify to where we have certain standards.
Okay, but your motion is fence permits January 4th
Yes.
and then changing the website. Are we keeping that or is that going away?
I would say just keep that.
I
and we
apologize.
give-
I
yeah,
apologize. I don't.
No, you're good. I would say keep the motion as is. Yeah, you're good. I'd say leave the motion as is, but you just give direction to Mark, to Bill, to come back with us with changing that.
Yeah.
Does that sound good?
Yep.
You'll have it next meeting.
Okay, so Kevin had a first, Josh seconded.
ma'am.
Are we ready to vote?
We're ready.
Okay. Pete Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Tim Van Hookey,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. You're gonna need the rest of the week off, aren't you?
Stress level.
Anything else before I leave?
No.
You're good.
All right, y'all, God bless.
Thank you. Too.
One more quick thing, Bill. Because I'm going to reference in here I'm up next on here since you leapfrogged me here.
Yeah.
I appreciate you sending me that new document today that you and I and Mark discussed. I did pull it up on my phone just now to look at it. And I like the columns have been added on there. So can you define for me before I present this to these guys where you've got a check mark by listed as drug activity?
Yes.
Is that we know because it's suspected, or are we pretty sure, or what's?
Let me give you a for instance. There's a property located at the corner of 6th and Short.
Yeah, you don't have to give addresses.
That's
or
what,
anything.
I'm not giving you the address, I'm giving
Yeah.
you proximity. Where we know for a fact, based on garbage left behind, neighbors telling us what they see, that there are people inside this particular residence at night doing illegal activity, such as narcotics use.
Okay.
This is what we call a flop house. But to say that there are abandoned homes that are being used for illegal activity is absolutely accurate.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I needed.
Okay.
I didn't want to make sure I misspoke. So I'm assuming you have to wait for you to tell me I'm up here. So thank you.
I didn't know if
Bill.
Mr. Allen, you looked like he was going to say
No,
something.
He always looks like because he's on the verge of
Always look
at any minute
confused.
to say something. Thank you, sir. All
See
right. Discussion of demolition of structures. Tim Van Hook.
Yes, and appreciate that being added back on the agenda. I know last 2 weeks ago we were anxious to get out to the Christmas parade, and I have learned that I need to have this kind of stuff put on the agenda and not bring it up at the end of the meeting. So here I am on the agenda. Some good stuff tonight from everybody. So yeah, the discussion was cut short. I just wanted to remind everyone again.
Microphone turned on.
Yeah, it is. I'm not going to go through the long presentation that I did last time, but I'm going to quickly recap and summarize here. Reminder that these homes impact economic development. They may endanger citizens and children that live near them. They put our first responders, both fire and police, at risk in performance of their duties. They attract squatters and illegal activity. They encourage rodents and other wild animals. They are a health hazard and a blight on our community that impacts the tax-paying citizens of Fort Scott's quality of life. So I gave you guys a packet last week and had a list of homes in there. What I was referencing the bill last now, and hopefully, you guys said you wanted time to digest it. You took a look at it. There were questions regarding the different categories of urgent or secondary. I know some of the descriptions were overgrowth, and that was questionable. So I went through the correct channels and got with Mr. McCoy, and we had a nice meeting over at the Codes Department. And I said, this is a little bit confusing. Why is this house on here? And all it says is that the trees are too tall or whatever. So he was supposed to send me this list over earlier today, but he sent it to the wrong email address. So right after this meeting, I would ask that Mark, if you would, to distribute this out. Either that or my email that I gave to Diane is not tied to my city email. So I did not get this until tonight when I asked Bill to resend it to me. I said I never got it. But
Before you leave, would you please once again give me your email so I have it
Yeah.
written down correctly?
A lot of times it's weird, but like my email, I don't get anything. It goes to my trash or whatever you call it, my junk email, or what's it called? Junk? Whatever. So
yeah. So what we discussed during that meeting as well is if a house is on an urgent list, why isn't it red tagged, or is it red tagged? And the honest answer back was a lot of these guys that own these houses, or the squatters, or some of the homes he was describing, the red tag goes on there, they just yank it off. Our guys go back out, put another one up, they yank it off. But I did want clarification from him before he left, because a column that he added, and when we talked, we said maybe there needs to be more columns besides just urgent, secondary, or whatever. Well, 11 of these properties now are identified as drug activity, and that's what I was asking on the clarification for, where this house is used for nothing more than people to get together and illegal activity. So I wanted to get that clarification from you. So that covers kind of, I think it was Josh that actually requested or said we needed a better definition of these urgent secondaries, so you'll have that provided by me. I asked Mark if it was possible that they could go out and review these houses and give a little bit better clarification on them. Next thing I wanted to talk about real quick is I want to make sure I understood the process completely, was these letters that go out to people that are responsible for these properties. And what I got back was just on 50 properties, almost over 120 letters, right? To where a letter gets sent, nothing happens. A letter gets sent, nothing happens. And in some cases, we've been sending letters to some of these houses that are still on the list that have not been demoed since 2015. I mean, that's 6 years. And I think it's not a very good service by us if we allow that to continue to happen with no consequences to the codes team that's out there working. If we're making them do their job and go out and then nothing happens with it.
right, it's like arresting people for illegal activities and the court not holding them accountable.
And the court not holding them accountable. And in some cases, there's a response back saying, we're going to work on that next month. I mean, if anyone wants to take this and review it, I didn't have copies run for anybody. I am welcome to share it with you, because it's real interesting reading of how this circle. If I was in codes, I would feel like I was beating my head against a wall with this stuff. I submitted to the commission just a rough estimate based on dollars spent on the first 7 homes and what it would cost to remove the remaining condemned homes with and without a dump fee. And I got to tell you, I drove up by 1517 South Main today, where I know from being in the codes department last week when you and I were in there, they were in the process of demoing that. I drove by there today. The lot was flat. It was level. Just the gas meter sticking up there still. And I know people that live up there, and they've got to be thrilled that this thing is not there anymore.
Well, yeah, they typically when you demo a house, you call all utility companies and they'll come.
I don't think it was the gas meters. I drove by today, water hydrant.
Oh, water hydrant.
Water hydrant, yeah.
But I mean,
That's city.
You're right. Yeah, it's flat, looks good.
To me, it's ready to go to land bank. Once all the legal processes and everything's done with it. So talked about how with the dump fee, $200K to get rid of them all. or 100K, just over 100K without. And I think that based on what the negotiations end up being for the landfill on us, I mean, this could maybe swing a little higher, maybe it could swing a little lower to get rid of the rest of these. Estimates that I gave included the remaining dollars left in the 50K budget for this year. And I'll remind again, the 50K budget was 10% of what was committed to remove these structures based on the 500K that's committed to the lake fund. And I think we all know that I'm bringing up the lake fund, but I want that project to go forward, but I'm just trying to prioritize. The removal of these homes also don't seem to commit a lot of city resources. I mean, they get torn down, maybe the city trucks haul it away or whatever, but still, it looks like pretty cut and dry. Because 15, 17, I was in there late last week visiting with you guys. Today, it's a clean, clear lot.
Sure. You know, and one of the things we've talked about too is we're going to have some, I don't know whether you can consider that economic development or what, but we are in the process of selling a building, right? Yes. That's going to be a chunk that's going to come our way. And if that was, what is it, 300 and some thousand?
It was two.
Well, I think there was a discussion earlier. I thought I heard a number of out of the 315,000, I think that was being sold for. That there was like 25 to 50,000 people were looking at providing to the land bank.
Right.
There needs to be seed money for the land bank.
Yes.
And,
Right. And I would like Tim to finish, and then we can.
Oh.
Sure. And,
Sorry,
I'm
sorry,
almost
Mr.
done.
Mayor.
Believe it or not. This
Sorry.
is nothing like last week. So I also lean more towards with the startup of the land bank and with the resources we have with Bourbon County Ready. And I talked earlier tonight about, you know, what's our return on investment going to be for the campground. I would like to think if we have an active land bank that we could actually start to see a return on investment on these properties that are torn down that are put into the land bank much quicker than what we might see in 10 years from the campground. From a quality of life perspective, I believe a resident living near these unsafe homes would rather look at this view of the current shelter house that's out there and that vacant field, and the shelter house needs work, than look at the picture of these structures next door to them. Then have the view next door to them every day in the house that they live in, on the street that they live on, in the city that they live in, and pay property taxes in, and that this body was elected to represent. So, I know there's other plans to go forward with funding. I know that we're still several weeks, possibly months, before we get anything solid back from the Lake Advisory Board or the return on investment that we voted for tonight. I know, though, that we want them to continue to go forward. And I think they should. They should go forward, get their quotes on their docs and everything else. But in all fairness, just to make sure that we keep focus and attention on this, I'm going to make a motion tonight that the Lake Advisory Board continue the dedicated work they're doing to find ways to reduce these inflated estimates for use of these city taxpayer funds to improve the recreational area. But in light of the information I provided on December 7th and this evening, that for now we don't remove the funds from the lake fund, but we freeze the use or expenditure of any of these funds in HR 21-2021 from the sale of city lake property until a full review by the codes enforcement team, city manager, city commission, and if needed, they need to get police department, fire department for more information, is completed both from a community hazard evaluation and cost to remediate estimates so that we can find a way to eliminate the hazards of these unsafe structures in our community. That's the motion I'm making. Like I said, I'm not asking now that we pull funds from HR 2021, but I want due diligence done by us. We're doing good things here with this, and it impacts people's lives. People have lived in these neighborhoods for years and looked at this next door or across the street. And I think we need to at least show the citizens that we're just as committed to how important this is as to all the other great things that we're going to do for our city, and that includes the lake. Let's at least get all the information we need, and I think we took a good first step with Mark last week in clarification on these properties. So that is my motion.
My question, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and in past administrations, the thing that's really bad about this in past administrations, they were doing zero with this. I mean, we're just now discussing this. There was years went by when they didn't tear down anything. They would put zero in the demolition fund, and that's what we came on a couple years ago. There was nothing being done to demolition. It was all just taken away. So this is great that we're discussing it. I think we have monies, like I said, that can be jogged around in different areas. I don't necessarily think it comes from the sale of the lake fund. I mean, you know where my heart is on that. And I'm not trying to be argumentative with you, but I am behind you 100% in cleaning the town up. It's been, I mean, I've stared at the same houses since I was a kid that nobody's lived in.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, a lot of folks in this town where these houses reside, we know a lot of them are on the east side. I live on the east side. We know a lot of them are on the west side to the north area and stuff like that.
Sure.
And talking to some of these folks, they kind of sometimes have conveyed to me they think they're the forgotten people.
Absolutely.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares about our streets. Nobody cares about what the houses around us look like. And I think we owe it to them. I'm putting my motion forward. If I get a second, great. If not,
I'll second your motion because I think you're exactly right that we need to look at those funds, and this is not new. I've said all along I think we need to use them to do the things out there that really, really need to be done. It's the expansion issue, which Pete mentioned a while ago. That's the question, and I think by making us take a deep look and deep dive into where those funds are going to be used, it gives to the community members the idea that we really are thinking about the people within town, within the city limits, about how to best utilize those funds to benefit them. I'm not saying one way's right, one way's wrong. All you're saying is let's just step back and be sure that we look at it carefully. So I second your motion.
And I'll address that real quick, Randy. I appreciate your comments, but you're also, one last argumentative point between you and I, you've been a part of that administration for the last bunch of years that has done nothing to demo.
That is not true.
That has done nothing.
That is not true.
That has done nothing to demo the houses that we're talking about. You didn't put any money towards it. You didn't do. There was nothing done about it. And now the fact that you're behind this 100% kind of confuses me, because you were on administrations that did nothing for years about it.
And I will say that the lake fund is frozen no matter what until the city commission votes on it.
Yeah,
So
we can't do that.
staff can't go take money out of there. So it's technically frozen. So my two questions is, are you saying 75 houses need tore down?
no.
Okay. Have you done a study of what it cost of which actually ones need tore down? You talked about the study of the lake. Did you do any kind of study of what the actual numbers are of what actually needs tore down?
Yeah, I rely on, now I've got a new list tonight.
Okay.
I just got it on my phone.
Yeah.
I've asked Mark to forward it to us. In my opinion, I trust our codes department.
Right.
If they say it's urgent, to me, urgent means urgent.
So how many do you think were urgent?
I still think we're around the 50 number.
50. So yeah, and so my suggestion is we do have, and I thought about this before because I like what you did. We need to do that. We have the first source money. So I would love to, if your motion doesn't go through, I would love to allocate $50,000 from the first source money to go over to the demolition fund. But that's just my thoughts if it doesn't go through. So.
Well, because this not only, there's several other pieces just to this besides just tearing the house down.
Right.
This impacts the land bank. I verified with Rob Harrington that if somebody puts a small house on that property, they're eligible for the neighborhood revitalization program.
Yep.
And maybe that will encourage, because like I said, it's
well, and the reason I say first source, if you're really curious about the houses and not building at the lake, then does it matter where the money comes from?
Well, let's, just to make sure that we get through the study the motion that I've requested, which pretty much was, let's get codes and the city manager and the commission to really get clarification, look at, maybe it turns out, Josh, after we look at these, maybe there's 35
right.
that are urgent. But we don't know right now. All we know is we send letters out, nobody responds to them, nobody does anything with them, and then we start the cycle all over.
So my other question is, in the future, do we say, let's say, but not houses, but something else comes up and say, well, can we go ahead and pull that from the lake fund also? We need some sidewalks over here. We need to pay more people mowing grass. I mean,
That's up to the commission as a whole.
yeah. And so I was just,
Because as Bob said, when the resolution was done, HR
Yeah.
21/2021, yes, it's in there. Yes, it establishes the lake
Right.
fund. But if there are other needs, then this commission is a body and it
Yeah.
takes at least 3 votes.
yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out if it's about the houses or it's about the lake fund. Because what would be the difference between allocating money from First Source instead of the lake fund to do it?
Well, right now, our codes department have identified homes that are listed as an urgent need to come down.
Right. We actually have more money from the First Source than we do from the several lake funds right now.
But what I'm saying is right now, we don't have any money from First Source.
We
Okay,
do.
here's a
I
question.
signed the papers the other day. We do have the money now.
Okay.
Here's
Well,
a question.
Do we want to make a motion that we dedicate X number of
I would love to do
funds
that.
from the First Source building? Because again, like I said, I'm trying to send a message to the citizens of Fort Scott that we've
Absolutely.
heard what you're saying about this, and we're prioritizing it. Like I said, I'm a fan of the lake. I
Yeah.
take my boat out there. I think a campground and all would be great. I know we were all shocked by the presentation we got
Yeah.
tonight,
Yeah.
but I think there's ways to work around that.
Yeah,
Here-
absolutely. If I mean, if you want to withdraw your motion and go from money from the First Source building, I'd be all for that.
Nope. Hold
Oh,
on a
you want
second.
to use lake fund?
Nope. Yeah, lake fund. Time out. I'm freaking out here. So how much do we already have budgeted for demolition?
We had $50,000 this year.
Okay. We got. Did you know that part? We already have 50,000.
Now you can't just count in the houses. We have
Yeah.
maybe contingency from the building. So what? We could have contingencies from the building also this year. The Eagle Block.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just saying we allotted money for demolition before, so I wanted to make sure we got that in there too. And I have. Go ahead, Mark. So we got a chunk of change in there already, and I don't have a problem dedicating some of that, but I think we need to get the information back from the
Let's
codes
get the
before we.
information back first.
Yeah, I think it's great.
I don't want to budget more
Right.
than what we need.
Sure.
If we got 55,000.
Same with the lake money. I mean, just I don't want to just blow it all just because we have it at the lake.
I don't
mean,
want to blow it all either. But I
The
think
other
think
thing-
that two good things could come out of this.
Absolutely.
well, I mean, blow it at the lake. I mean, don't even
The
want to do
first
that.
motion that I had, to correct me if I'm wrong, earlier tonight on the Lake Advisory Board passed. We're going to
Right.
get some type of return investment study done on that,
Yeah.
right? And we're going to look at that, and hopefully they might even look at some type of outside private investment that might want to come in and do that, right? And then the other piece of this was, as far as these houses go, I think it would have sent a strong message to the folks that elected us if we said, you know what, we know we're going to do this. Now, granted, maybe the motion wasn't necessary because apparently based on the initial bid we got back that's extremely inflated for the lake, it's going to be a few months before we probably end up voting on anything out there anyway. So, but yeah, let's get the facts and figures back on what code says, what Mark or Kelly coming in here actually says about which one of these houses. But I think it's something that we cannot continue to neglect.
No,
So
I'd
you
love
cool
to
with-
reach out, the land bank reach out, or someone reach out to these people also and say, hey, would you go ahead, I mean, it needs demo, will you go ahead and gift it to the land bank? So we don't have to wait for the tax sale. And so I don't know the proper procedure of that, if it's a city or the land bank or what, so we can go ahead and get that in our possession.
Okay, well then I'll tell you what then, we'll do this. I'll remove from my motion the freezing the money in the land bank, because that stuff has to be voted on.
Right. It's-
But I would like a motion that a full review be done.
Absolutely, and this is something, yeah.
And that we get to a point where after we identify these things, that we give our codes team the support they need to keep us from getting in this position
Sure.
again. So I'll revise my motion.
Would you please revise
Yes.
or just restate your motion, first of all, as precisely and condensed as possible?
Yes.
Does it
I've-
need an actual motion, or are we just giving somebody direction?
Either one, a motion would be fine. I mean,
Okay, I'll just say, in light of the information I provided on December 7th and this evening, that we direct that the city codes department, city manager, city commissioners if needed, or if additional information is needed on the impact from either, and they can call on any of these resources, economic development, law enforcement, and the fire department, to evaluate the community hazard evaluation and cost to remediate estimates so that we can find a way to eliminate the hazards of these unsafe structures in our community. And that's my motion.
And since that's a amendment to it, Randy, you would have to be the one to, since you seconded.
I did admit it, I seconded, so So we've gotten completely away from the original concept, and now we're just evaluating the houses,
I think it's
cost of doing the houses. Is that what we're doing?
I don't think it's deviating. I think the only thing is you're not freezing lake funds, which are already frozen anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing can be spent at the lake without approval by the
Yeah, which,
city
I mean,
commission.
if you don't want to approve the amendment, then I'll
But
second it.
are we amended, or are we just, okay, I'll second the amendment. We're good.
Okay, Pete Allen.
Yes.
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 Yes, and I will say I appreciate this, Tim. I mean, with you and Matt coming on, I was telling Kevin this the other day. It kind of rejuvenates because this does. I mean, you already know it's a lot of hours to put in. A lot of people think it's just meetings, but it's a lot of hours to be proactive instead of reactive. And after a while, it kind of gets so. Bringing you and Matt on helps rejuvenate.
Well, what encourages me is yes. I mean, I still have concerns about, the Trump casino and campground out at the lake. But what's important to me is all five of us are on record saying how important this is, and that the steps and the directions are in place to do it, and you're confident we'll have the funds.
Yeah.
To get these taken down.
Especially with hopefully the county with the gate rate and everything, and Rob with the land bank, and I think we'll see some money coming in from the land bank also. So yeah. And I'll make the next one quick. Discussion of airport land lease. I've had a few people reach out to me wanting to build. Actually, me and Kevin. Sorry, a couple reach out to him as well, but wanting to build hangars out there. And so, Mark, if the commission okay, I'd like you to work with Rob and Harrington, and possibly bringing back to us what that would look like.
Yeah, this again is a great concept in my opinion. I've been approached by some people that say there's individuals that have hangars. They want to build individual hangars to where these people come in, they have their hangar with their vehicle, with their camper, whatever. They go to the lake. Just a concept that's really cool.
So if no one has a problem with that direction towards Mark, that
Puts more revenues in for demolition houses and stuff.
and the lake.
And the lake.
What's that?
Sorry, this is a top lease, so they would be leasing the top of the ground.
Right.
Okay. Do you have a time frame? 30 years, 25 years, 50
I thought you meant to
years?
bring it back to us. Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah, I would look, 20
explore all
years.
these?
There might be a max, actually, the
99.
state allows.
Okay.
Which, if we can get a hold of, we have a good,
Yes, there are other individuals that we could be contacting.
that have
so
good knowledge of it, yes.
Probably have to contact the FAA.
Yeah. I was thinking someone that used to be.
No, I understand that, but there are governing rules
Right,
that pertain to because it's on the airport property. Okay.
All right. Interim city manager comments.
I'm sorry I wasn't here for the last commission meeting, but I needed to take care of personal family needs, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to take the time off. I don't have any specific updates. I'm still here working for you every day. Brad has been great to work with, and I value his thoughts, opinions, ideas, and supports every day, and I appreciate him taking the overall lead while I was out. We have had 3 people out this week. Katie Harrington is out sick. Maybe I shouldn't say names.
We get an HR consult on that one.
We have three. Anyhow, there's a lot of people that are ill at this time. You saw Mr. Downey; he's not feeling well. I'm under the weather, and I'm here. But I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to do this. I've certainly learned a lot. This is very educational. Working with all of you has been educational. I'm not leaving. I'm just saying thank you for the opportunity here. I look forward to getting with Kelly here as soon as possible, being able to introduce him to everybody, and carry through for whatever period he wishes and you wishes me to stay on in a part-time capacity. I want to say Merry Christmas to all the citizens of Fort Scott and to all the staff here. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yes. Did you not have anything? Is this not?
Okay. I guess that was actually supposed to be an item, which it wasn't. I have, do you folks have these 4 items in your packages?
They were on our, she
They
put them
should be
the-
on your, they should be at your area.
So this is from RTS Microsystems. There's four bills there. This has to deal with the safety and security of property and employees. And I believe this is extremely paramount. I don't believe this is an option. The total here is $36 over my authority, which is $10,036, so it's $37. What this is for is security camera systems for this office, for Gun Park, for the golf course, and the water treatment facility. We're in the 21st century, and I was surprised when I came here that our systems are lacking. It's important in public not to go into significant details, but this is for the safety and security of the public as well as our employees. And I'm asking for your permission to install these safety systems here, which would include cameras. And I would wish to address any questions you would have.
Question I would have was why it shows quantity of 1 each. I mean, is there a huge difference in the cameras? Because we range in price from $2,260 up to $5,500.
That's correct. And there are, all the cameras are different. They're not the same. Some are indoor, some are outdoor. Some systems have to have a larger recording system than others. They will all be monitored. I will not say the location where they will be monitored. I would be happy to do that within executive session. What I learned from emergency management when it comes to the safety and security of the courthouse, you should not discuss those things in a public setting because we're compromising ourselves. I'm not trying to hide anything from the public. I'm trying to address safety and security here. Things go on in our communities that from time to time cause people to be injured. And this would greatly assist in the potential apprehension of an individual if they did cause vandalism, if they caused harm to damage to personal property, damage to private property.
We talked briefly at the lake one day also. I hate to keep bringing up the lake, but the public campgrounds, there was a lot of vandalism, a lot of trash, a lot of people just leaving things behind, whatever. And Doug Guns had recommended cameras out there as well. So if you could check with him as well, I think that would be good. And that was on the west side of the lake over there at the main campground where he was.
Right.
A lot of illegal activity. I mean,
no,
you talk about your houses, Tim, that's got illegal activity going on. This is another place that would be.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I'm happy to address that. These systems are important to get ordered now, and so I would be happy to add that. I mean,
Now,
to me, when it comes to the safety, this is not.
This probably should have been done years ago, right?
But I know this is something we've talked about.
Absolutely. We're in the 21st century.
I make the motion to do it.
If you own a business today and you don't have a system,
I got a system.
Your liability should be.
That's right.
Yeah, and this is one. I mean, this is 13 months we've been talking about this. Honestly.
What about Public Works? Was there something in there for them?
I refuse to answer on the grounds that they intend to incriminate me. I don't want to say the locations.
I'll second.
Yeah. Could we put one on top of your building?
Yes.
Okay.
I've already got some on top there.
Well, yes. I'm
Tim
sorry, I
Van
shouldn't.
Hookie.
Yes.
Randy Nichols?
Yes.
Pete Allen?
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes.
Josh Jones?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate that.
All right. Commissioners' report and comments. Pete Allen, since you're
Yes, I'd like to point out
no.
an error that we've made. This what you're calling a zoning regulation. Uh, First of all, on the street that we're talking about on the fence, 12th Street. The 12th Street has a 60-foot public right-of-way. That means the public owns 60 feet of that right-of-way. The property line is 30 feet back of the center line. This property owner does not have the right to build a fence on public property. And it says so right in our ordinance. Now, when you're basing your okay to do this on this paragraph that says a property owner may install a fence within a dedicated easement. Well, first of all, this property owner does not own this public right-of-way. He only owns to this line. For us to allow that property owner to put a fence on public property is wrong. It's illegal. It's unlawful. Furthermore, in this zoning ordinance, it states that no accessory building shall be located closer than 5 feet from any lot line. This is the lot line. And Matthew was required right across the alley to put his garage 5 feet behind that 30-foot line. That's because this property is owned by the citizens. It's public. It is not private. We cannot give authority to anybody to put a fence on public property. Can't do it. And here we've done it. So that's wrong. And you're reading the ordinance wrong. That public right-of-way belongs to the citizens. It does not belong to that property owner next door. There's a property line. That is 30 feet from the center. Now that we tried to explain to you. I don't know what we're going to do about it.
Well, a public right-of-way can be privately owned. It can. There's lots of private property that have public right-of-ways. There's a lot of private land that have public right-of-ways.
Yes, I agree.
But privately owned land with public right-of-ways.
That is not privately owned land on public right-of-ways.
You're saying that one's not, because there are privately owned lands with public right-of-ways. Would you agree with that?
Publicly owned land.
Privately owned land with public right-of-ways.
Yes, but you can't restrict the access to private lands, regardless of private.
Yeah. So once again, we're back to the other thing. Public right-of-way, but it's on private property.
No, it's on public property. It's public property.
It's a public right-of-way
It's a public right-of-way.
on private property.
It's not
Okay.
private
All right.
property.
We'll agree to disagree.
The private
Do we have Bob's
property
opinion
lot
about?
line is 30 feet
On
back
this?
from the center of the alley.
Not
That's
tonight.
the lot line. The property owner owns from that point on. He does not own.
We actually need to get a survey. Survey for the
Well, I mean, my only concern is if that be the case, then people are going to say, I mean, it's been the age-old argument, that's not my sidewalk. You need to replace that sidewalk, City of Fort Scott. And City of Fort Scott says, that's not our sidewalk.
We have a city ordinance that says that the sidewalk belongs to the property. It's on public property, but it's just like our connected or a link or agreement with the state that says you're going to maintain this. We own it, but you're going to maintain it. There's a separate law that covers sidewalks.
Okay, that was one of my questions because again, are we?
You cannot call that public right-of-way private property. It is not private property. There's a lot line that defines where the private property is, and it's 30 feet from the center. So that fence is in in violation.
Well, this, just like earlier when you said we have a hired engineer for a reason, use them, we have a hired attorney for a reason also. And so, just like you were saying before the engineer, that's why we have an attorney to rely on that information. Would you agree?
The attorney should know the law.
Right. Yeah. All right. Did you have anything else?
No.
All right. Kevin Allen?
I would like to say a few things. It'll go quick. All the bricks, two dump truck loads of bricks got hauled out to the sheriff's department, and we got some pallets over there, so they're going to be working on those when they can, getting those bricks palletized and everything for us to where we will be ready to go whenever we get the bricks all figured out. I appreciate the guys out working. They got the crack filler back out and the pothole patcher. They went and got a load of material and was out doing their thing last couple days, and noted it's really good. Tom and them are doing a great job out there. I would like to research into looking to go to bids for some of this money for redoing the steps at Memorial Hall. Memorial Hall looks really good. The appearance is decent from the outside, but the steps are in such bad repair. And I remember last time we talked about it, we put a green garden hose out there and was going to bid a portion of it. I think, honestly, we need to go out for bids for contractors right now just to get an idea of what it would cost to demo those steps, put them back together, whether they, what do you call them, request for proposals?
For what? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
The steps at Memorial Hall?
Oh, yes. And so,
I already met with Mark when I was in Memorial Hall with going over the codes information and asked him what would be the proper procedure for him not only to look at the steps, but anything else at Memorial Hall needed done in it, because there's rumors of some illness, mold downstairs and other things. And I know he looked at me just now because I think that was something that you were going to get with Earls or somebody to look at, correct?
I did.
Yeah, and we've met before with a rep from a company that can redo the steps.
Are you guys trying to steal my thunder
No,
right now?
no. But this was actually I actually was talking about this earlier. We're all thinking about this. My suggestion was next year to go out for a CBDG grant for community facilities with matching for Memorial Hall. But but that was just my thoughts.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
a 25% matching grant.
That's the second largest building in this town. It's something that's dedicated to the veterans, one of the few ones that are left for World War I. And I kind of feel like this commission, just like we're stewards of that building, and what happens to it sits on us. So, sorry, didn't mean to steal thunder, but
No, you're doing good.
Mark and I had the discussion since I was in the building anyway, because like I said, I thought it was funny that our codes department, you walk out the door and the steps right there are roped off in the same building. It doesn't look
Absolutely.
good.
The biggest concern, as we talked about earlier, is ADA compliance. And the guy recommended the south side of the steps. Are you talking about this?
No, I just
is to have some switchbacks, and that'd be the easiest and best way to make it handicap accessible. So,
Easiest thing I should just build a fence around those steps.
Is that legal?
Well, I can tell you what, right now, the little white ropes that are stretched across there that you can hardly see, if someone does have an accident, we're not going to be able to tell anybody. We adequately block those off.
You got to be careful around Tim. He may just want to demolition it.
Put that on the list. Not that building.
I'm just kidding.
but you're right. I was going to ask for part of the first source money. We have this money, and we need to fix that building up to
blow
go
it
out
all.
for matching grants for a CBDG grant or something. But
No, that's a great idea. But yeah, I mean, we've all been in Memorial Hall, and it's a train wreck. So we need to take care of that. That's a treasure.
It's I was told it seats more than any other building in Fort Scott, more than Ellis and.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
That's incredible. Steve Anthony on the 24th is going to have the golf course open. Weather's supposed to be 70 degrees. So he said he's going to make sure that the golf course is ready for everybody that's already got their Christmas shopping done to go out there and enjoy the day. So I wanted to announce that. One thing I've talked about several times, and I spoke with some people earlier about it today, and this is just something that lays on my mind. I wanted to throw it out there, and I've joked about it for a couple years now, and it's key fobs for city commissioners. I think that just put it out there to you guys. I think we ought to have a key fob to get into the place rather than have to ask permission to come in the door and be seen. So
Are you talking about like during open hours?
yeah,
Not
I mean,
like,
well, and again, okay, so yeah, during open hours, but what if, for instance, if we had a space, if yourself and I or whoever, not three commissioners, I'm not trying to put that out there, but if somebody wanted to discuss something, have an area where we had paperwork, a drawer where we kept things here. I mean, if we're commissioners, I mean, would it be handy to have a cabinet? I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there because a lot of time my paperwork gets lost in between here and there. If I had a place to keep it, and we had a way to get in and discuss things, I don't know. I mean, some people ask, why would you need in here? But I feel like every city employee has a fob to get in, so why wouldn't we?
well, and I will say that, Diane calls me come over here and sign quite a bit, and if no one's in that front office, Katie is busy running back and forth, and it does get,
Well, if we had access to the side door, I mean, and I'm not complaining about my leg, but I would love to park out there and walk in the side door rather than have to go up front and ask for permission to come in. And so I would like to, depending on what you guys think, I don't know if we need a motion or anything, but I'd like to have a key fob. What do you guys think?
Well, see, I usually just climb through the window of where Rachel sits.
It's totally up to you guys. If you don't if you don't want one,
are you making a motion or?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. We get key fobs.
I'll second.
Randy Nichols.
No.
He says.
You're not getting
Tim
one
Van
anyway.
Hookie.
I'm not getting one anyway.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
The next thing I have is this has been discussed. I called the city manager and I talked to Mark a little bit about it, and I believe you discussed it with Bob as to how to go about lifting my censorship. I was censured here a while back, and I believe that's come to an end. I don't know whether I can make a motion, but I feel like I'm still under the microscope of being censured, and I'd like to be.
Would you say you reach out to Bob or to Mark did?
Yeah, and the answer was, I'll just, if I remember this correctly, the answer was, it's a simple motion. Somebody needs to make a motion, a second, and then take it to a vote. That's what the city attorney recommended. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, because right now, I guess technically you shouldn't have been talking to Rob earlier.
No, I mean, I shouldn't be doing a
Because the
lot of
censorship
things.
doesn't allow him to talk about economic development.
I suppose we don't. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
And if you want to keep me censored, that's up to you guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not aware of exactly what the verbiage is on it. But so Bob did say that because the employee's not here anymore, I thought that negated it. However, that you could motion to withdraw the censure, and then you get a second and you vote on it.
The only reason I wanted to do that
And
is
that would
just-
withdraw it.
Well, and I think to make it clean, if he thought it was negated, but that's his recommendation, make it clean, then I think.
Before I could vote on that, I mean, I would like to at least ask Bob for guidance, as I
Right.
wasn't here when it happened. So I don't see how I can just sit here and say,
No, I agree. You weren't a part of it.
you know, I mean, I would have questions for Bob, so if you want to table this to the next one, then I can possibly support it, or I might have.
Yeah, or what if we make a motion based off Bob's approval or recommendation?
Well, I don't know what Bob's approval or recommendation
I mean,
was.
if Bob says, yeah, I recommend doing it. I mean, are you going to Bob's recommendation or just question? I didn't quite understand.
Well, I like I said, I would like to hear Bob's recommendation.
And I
I
agree.
mean, I
Tim
don't
was-
want anybody to be censored.
Right.
You know, if they don't need to be, but by the same token, in good conscience, I would
Right.
ask the question.
Yeah, and so I would make the motion to release that censorship based off Bob's recommendation to do so.
I'll second.
Randy Nichols.
Yeah, I didn't hear Bob recommend that we do that. My vote's no.
Okay. Tim Van Hookie.
Well, again, I haven't talked to Bob, so my recommendation would have to be no.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
And just to make sure the motion is based off Bob's recommendation to do so, right? Even if we haven't spoken to him, but based off his recommendation. So
Even if we
if
have
we,
what?
if we vote yes and Bob says no, it won't go into effect.
To Bob's recommendation.
Bob's recommendation to do so. So based off that, I'll go yes.
And does Kevin vote? Do you vote? Kevin?
Well, I think I had to vote on the last one.
Yeah, he did vote.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
No, I'm not. I'm
And
not.
so
being,
he did vote, and I wasn't here, but he did vote on the censorship. So,
So,
and if you want to,
Let me think.
if
about
you
it.
want to abstain until Bob comes back to be clean, I mean, that's
well,
up
an
to you.
abstain goes with the carrying vote.
It would
So-
actually,
but we don't have.
we would be 2
we're-
to 2. So,
Well, oh yeah, that's right.
yeah. So,
Well, you know, I suppose I could abstain till then. I think it's. I don't know. I don't think it's necessary to abstain by till then, but I will. With that being said, and I completely understand your side, Tim. I really do, and I can appreciate that. Yours, Randy, I don't understand. I would love for you to elaborate on why you would vote no at this point in time to let me talk about the activities of Fort Scott.
and I will
Why,
say,
why would that be?
well, and I will say,
It just
long.
proves
So it's
my
up- I
point.
mean, yeah, and I mean, Randy doesn't have to answer that question.
No,
for
he
us,
don't. But it just proves
uh,
my point that it was all pointed.
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, we just can't get into discussion tonight. I'm not going to get into this discussion tonight. So you all move on with whatever you think. is
I just
appropriate.
appreciate your character. I'll say that. So that moving on, I abstained until Bob comes back with that. And one thing that hit home with me, I wrote it down after Deb had got up and spoke, was she talked about the commissioners coming from different areas. And I think I've always thought that was a great concept as well. When I'm true East Sider all the way. And at one point in time, when I was on the commission 20 some years ago, everybody was from over in this sector, and I was from over in the poor side of town, supposedly, or whatever. And my weight didn't carry as much because I got outvoted a lot, so on and so forth. I don't see a problem with discussing, and we're not sector, what am I trying to say? Wards. We're broke up in 7 wards, I think the city is, for some odd reason. That's how the school district, breaks you up in different places.
Well, originally, before we have the manager form of government, that's typically how commissioner form of governments are. You're voted in different wards, and so I don't know if that came from that, but 99% of the time when you have a manager form of government, there's not wards broken up into. It's usually in the commissioner form of government. It's usually when you see that.
I just and this is just my own personal opinion. I think it leaves the playing field really cool because everybody's got, because in the county, if your road isn't graded down, you know exactly who to call and say, hey, you're representing me. Come get my road.
So should we make directors live in certain part of the town too, or city manager?
I don't know. I'm just talking about city commissioners right now. And my thing has always been, if you had one from each.
So what stops them from running now?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I'm just saying, if when you run for school board, that's exactly how it is there. I can't just run for school board. I have to run against a certain person, and that's they feel like there's a representative in that ward for some reason. So I mean, that's what I think. If you had it split into 4 pieces, whether it be 6th Street and the railroad tracks, and have one representative in each one, and then people are constantly talking about and worried about the 3 mile area and somebody outside the city limits for years and years. We didn't have, and you may not agree that somebody outside the city limits should dictate what goes on inside the city limits, but we've had for years people talk about good commissioners that have been in this town and people that really have the city's best interest at heart. And one of the names that always gets thrown out there is Frank Doherty, and he was a good guy, and he had the city's best interest at heart. He was, they said, one of the, nothing against you, but he was one of the best mayors we had. I hear this stuff all the time. And I don't know if anybody knew where Frank Doherty lived, but he had Doherty Longhorn Ranch, and he was in Hammond, Kansas. And nobody cared because he was a good guy. And he had Fort Scott's best interest at heart. But if you're not that certain person, we got to worry about that all the time. And I do not see a problem with one of those people being outside in that 3 mile area if we're going to try to dictate. And we don't heavily dictate what goes on 3 Mile Hour. We're supposed to. We're supposed to say, hey, you can't have this, that, and the other in the 3 mile area. I don't know if you know about that or not, but anyway, that's we have a 3 mile area thing. I don't know what it's called, ordinance or whatever. But anyway, that was the last thing I wanted to say. Was I think it was a good idea, or something to look at, chew it over, and see what you guys think. And the last thing I want to say was thank you, and a very Merry Christmas to all you guys, all the employees of the city of Fort Scott, and most importantly to all our friends and family in this pretty cool little town. And I appreciate you guys letting me be a part of it and listening to what we have to say. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right. Tim?
Yes, thank you very much. Only thing I wanted to really touch on tonight was, I know we've all, last meeting we approved the pods for the homeless folks, and I'm sure I am not the only commissioner and probably Mark, that has received several phone calls from citizens regarding this. I know we made the decision. For now, I'm personally standing by my decision that, as a Christian, I don't want anybody freezing to death while we could have done anything about it. However, I do want to assure the folks that have contacted me that, that the group that came forth for this proposition, is going to be accountable as well for making sure. I can tell you myself, and maybe some of you other ones have as well, have not only been approached by citizens, but members of our law enforcement team as well. And they're not pleased with it either. So a decision was made. Time will tell whether or not it was the right decision or not. But from my perspective, hopefully it works and it's temporary and a permanent solution is found. But I will personally weigh the impact that it's having on our community. And if we need to change it, I won't hesitate to. So I promised the folks this evening that I would mention that. Like I said, I'm sure I'm not the only one that had it. As far as last comment, for 2024, 2021, didn't expect to be here at this point, but love this city, love the people in the city, love the employees of this city. I put a post out earlier this week, last weekend, Friday night, we went to the benefit for the sheriff's deputy. Gosh, what a great turnout. Meanwhile, Josh is over at the high school and they're throwing teddy bears on the court for needy families. Saturday, the stocking stuffer at the 4-H campground. After that, the wreath laying out at the cemetery. After that, Christmas in the park. That again, the committee that put that together, and it just warms your heart so much to see how this great community, comes together for these benefits to help other people. I mean, the sheriff's fundraiser raised over $51,000. And hey, I lucked out. I actually got a call Monday. I won a couple of raffle prizes, so went over and picked them up at the sheriff's department. But want to thank all of our first responders, our city employees, and as Bill Downey mentioned in his prayer tonight, as a former veteran, this time of the year for our veterans overseas really stink. I've been there. I've been overseas by myself, worried about my family, worried about my kids, and the commitment level that's out there for these folks that are standing on the wall every single day. We can't thank them enough, and God bless them. God bless our city, and thank you, everybody, for what you do. That's all I got.
Yeah, and most of my stuff Kevin either talked about or we talked about earlier. But with the First Source money, another thing I'd like to look at, we used to have the downtown grant program. Even if we expand that, we haven't done that for the last couple of years. So I'd like to figure out some way of maybe using that, utilizing it for economic development. And the other main thing I have is I'm working with a group for a splash pad, and we need to hammer down a site. And I've talked to Doug Guns and Norm Mackley about Gun Park, where the old slide used to be as you're exiting on the east side of the road. There's nothing there now. And so I didn't know, need to make a motion or something, but we have a couple donors wanting to donate, but they want to make sure it's a go. There's a site picked out, and they want to make a couple decent contributions. And so my ask is, if I can work with Mark and Doug on that spot to possibly put a splash pad there, if anyone has any concerns.
I think it's great, especially if we got somebody want to donate. You know, we talked about that area before. As long as we got water to get down there, we're gonna have to have a sewer hooked up to get rid of it or whatever.
Right, and I think it works in line with what they want to do with the bathhouse anyways down there, running sewer, so it would run right in line with.
May not even have to have the bathhouse if you got the water, if it's just going splash pad.
So if no one has any concerns with that, I'd love to designate that as a site for a potential splash pad.
The only comment I want to make is there's no plans to run a sewer line down in Gun Park.
Well,
that's
yeah.
my understanding, but I just wanted to clarify.
And we had talks with Michael Mix before you were here about that. He talked about, and Norman as well, the need for having one farther down in there anyways. And with the Park Advisory Board, a few of their asks would require that. And so that would be right in line with what their ask is. So other than that, yeah, I just want to say thank you again for allowing us to use the ARPA funds for the bonus for the first responders. I think it means a lot, so really do appreciate it. Other than that, I am done. So, Mr. Nichols.
Okay. Well, late, and in order to organize my thoughts, once again, I've written them out. And I know you'll be sad that this is my last chance to speak to you guys, so I want to do three things. I want to reflect on my commission times and the personality of the commissions that I've sat on. On that, I want to offer you all a challenge that I think we've actually touched on several times tonight. And then there's a whole bunch of thank yous I need to say. So during my first 3 years, commissioners came to meetings prepared, having read their materials, clarified questions and details in advance. That commission was able to make timely decisions, reach a consensus opinion, and move forward effectively even when there wasn't complete agreement on a topic. 2 years ago, as this commission was seated, one member told me his style of management would be confrontation and conflict. Not only that, but he identified another commissioner as his, quote, junkyard dog, saying sometimes he would let the chain out so he could bark, and other times he would pull the chain back in. To me, this approach has led to dysfunction and distrust. It has led to a hostile work environment resulting in lawsuits, loss of valuable employees, and difficulty with continued hiring. It's also led to commissioners promoting poorly planned pet projects, which accomplished little while costing we, the taxpayers, hundreds of thousands of ineffectively and unnecessarily spent dollars. Citizens expect and deserve better from us. So here's my challenge. My challenge to you is to develop a comprehensive, actionable strategic plan. Develop a plan that prioritizes and is driven by citizens' input and needs, that pre-plans and details all agreed on projects, and then identifies and uses the most effective payment options. Developing this plan would make the city proactive instead of just reactive. In my opinion, it'd be wise to re-engage with Smart Growth America. They have a community-based planning process and awareness of national trends, lobbyists in DC, and access to federal funding. We are leaving money on the table not to use this source. If you, the coming commission, choose not to use Smart Growth, then please consider starting your planning process with a series of community-focused groups. This will ensure that the final plan is community-driven and community-accepted. You have a great source in Mark, and if he would agree, you could use him to put the groups together and be a moderator for those folks to collect the information. Ultimately, for your plan to be effective, please get out of your own way. Stop micromanaging. Let the manager manage. That's what he is hired for and trained to do. So moving on, second part. First, I want to thank the people of Fort Scott for letting me serve them in a way that wasn't possible during my working career. Like Mark, it's been a real learning experience for me and been very interesting. Second, I hope every city employee, both here at City Hall and out in the community, knows how important you are. Without you, we would not be safe. There would be no roads, sewers, water, airport, or public spaces for us to enjoy. Our economy and tourism would suffer. So thanks to each and every one of you, and please keep up the good work that you all do here and there. Third, there are a few people I want to single out. Thanks to Mr. McCoy for filling in during a difficult time. I think he escaped, but thanks to Travis and his staff for being here during some really contentious public meetings. I felt much safer with him back there. Also, I want to thank a group of people who were dedicated and hardworking, but have chosen to change directions. This includes the previous commissioners I got to work with, as well as Dave Martin, Rachel Pruitt, Rhonda Dunn, Robert Euler, Larry Gazaway, Deb Needleman, Allie Turvey, Chad Brown, and Susan Bancroft. Finally, one other special mention that I think everybody will like. When I started, I had no idea what Diane Clay did. Now I know. She does everything. She does it with a smile and a prayer. So Diane, thanks for all you've done for me personally and for being the glue that holds this place together. Hope you have a speedy recovery, if I can say that publicly. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I hope everyone has a safe holiday, and I turn it back to you.
Thank you. All right, nothing else? Make a motion.
Yep.
Mark. The poles at Cooper Street, the power poles. I understand that 2 of them have been moved, or 1 of them.
One of them.
And we still have 3 to move. Are you aware of?
I have had a conversation with the gentleman from Evergy, and there's 2 different entities that move them, and so he was supposed to get back to me, and he has not. I spoke to him last week. I did go out there and look at them, and so I don't understand what the confusion is. I did tell them that our objective was to start working on it the 1st of January. And he had assured me that they would be done by then. However,
Evergy's moved their pole.
Yeah.
And it's the other and the other ones are what
Yes.
he relayed to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the other company,
but he's working with
they're
them.
obtaining permits.
Oh, okay.
To move those because of the high voltage or something. They have to get permits, and so
They're
they're
transmission poles.
Yeah, so they're working on permits right now to get them.
Thank you.
So we think they'll be moved.
Yes, it's in the works, but government doesn't move fast, nor does public entities. It's amazing how long this has been. Ever since I came here, this has been an objective. It's just amazing how slow the big wheels turn. Absolutely, very disappointing.
Well, I would like to include.
But I'm glad you brought it up because it's
Cooper Street discussion in our next meeting or our next work session that we're talking about.
include it in the work session.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, a motion to adjourn.
So motion.
Second. Kevin confuses. I made the motion, but he then went ahead and motioned again and had to make someone second it. Kevin made the motion. Tim second. I wasn't waiting for you guys. Yes. Yes. Yes.